do you say, Captain?
Tranquility, Houston, say again.
Begin deroll. Okay. Copy that, GNC?
Houston, we were not
Negative,
calling.
fly.
Roger, Columbia. Was that Bravo and Delta roll? Over.
Columbia, affirmative.
That's good, fine.
Roger.
Flight guidance.
Go.
Looks real good in lunar line on the Ags.
Okay.
Flight network.
Go.
I'd like to recycle the CPs to get them in sync.
Hurry up. Recycling the CPs, gentlemen. Control flight.
Go ahead, bye.
Let us know as much as you can follow of his switch configurations, okay?
Roger.
And let us know when you see that fuel and oxidizer vent. That'll be right after our launch guidance recommendation.
Roger.
Flight photo.
Go.
Going to 22 TM formats now.
Copy.
Flight network, CP's up.
Okay.
Give us FC mode, please.
Got it. Theta. Okay.
Columbia and Tranquility, I'll give you a mark at 20 minutes to go, and that's in about 20 seconds.
Flight guidance.
Go.
Backroom has found a breakthrough. They need the rendezvous radar mode switch to LGC. They still want to remain the rendezvous radar circuit breakers pulled. They want to make sure that the rendezvous radar mode switch to LGC. They found something in the software hardware interface. I don't know what it is yet,
Mark.
but they really
20
need
minutes.
this.
Are we positive of that?
They are
Pass it up.
positive as they can be.
You want the rendezvous radar switch in LGC.
Rendezvous radar mode switch to
Okay.
LGC.
Can I? Some kind of reason?
We'll try to get a better explanation now, but I recommend we get it set up.
Okay.
It is a MIT everybody recommendation.
Okay. Capcom flight.
Capcom, Roger.
We want to have leave the rendezvous radar circuit breakers pulled, but we want the rendezvous radar mode switch in LGC.
Okay, I hope they got it squared away there.
So do I.
Okay, leave the circuit breakers pulled, but we want the rendezvous radar mode switch to AGC.
LGC.
To LGC, I'm sorry.
That's right.
Flight Capcom.
Go.
What did they say is the effect of that now?
I don't know.
Flight guidance, we could very well run a risk of putting the computer cycle up much higher than it should be. And this is the latest recommendation.
Okay. Okay.
I recommend we do it.
This time we go with it, Capcom.
Okay, it's already in his checklist that way. I'll just remind you.
Remind him, yeah.
Tranquility, Base Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger. Roger. Just a reminder here, we want to make sure you leave the rendezvous radar circuit breakers pulled. However, we want the rendezvous radar mode switch in LGC, just as it is on Surface 5.9.
Okay. Flight guidance.
Go.
Latest word is that would cost you, could possibly, they think, cost you 15% if you didn't do that.
Okay.
And I think we should go with that, and we did.
Okay, we're configured. Okay, guidance, we all have a recommendation on guidance system.
I like the pings.
Control, how about you?
Say again, flight.
Guidance system recommendation for launch. Telcom cooling, okay.
That's the firm flight. We look real good, and we're configuring the egress at this time.
Okay, that is right there. Okay, we're just about there then, huh?
That's firm.
Capcom, our recommendation for launch is pings cleared for takeoff.
All right. Tranquility Base, Houston.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, our guidance recommendation is pings, and you're cleared for takeoff.
Roger, understand. We're number one on the runway.
Roger.
ED arm flight, stand by for apps press.
Okay, stand by for apps pressurization. There it is.
Apps pressurized flight.
Roger. Helium tanks. Holding nicely. Control.
Looks good, flight.
Okay.
Houston, Tranquility. We're not sure that we got number 2 tank to fire. It's still showing a high pressure.
Control.
We confirm that flight. Try it. You can try it again.
Okay, Capcom, try it again.
Roger, we
Just hold the switch there a little
try
longer.
it again.
No word
You
for
also
it.
might select the tank, cycle the tank select switch. There you go. You can go to the 2 track.
Okay, but you won't be able to tell now, right? Lines are full.
Yeah, we'll see it. We should see it drop.
Roger, no fire.
Flight network, battle short.
Roger. What was it prior to this? Control? Same number? Control?
Stand by 1 flight. Flight control, it was about 3070, about 1 PCM count higher.
Okay. What was tank 1?
It was 3042. Tank 2 did go down 1 PCM count.
Okay. Nothing else we can do, is there? We're good on 1 tank.
Affirmative. The only other thing we could suggest, flight, is...
No, the point I'm making is we can fly in 1 tank.
Affirmative.
For all we know, both tanks are open.
That's right. The only other thing I could suggest is that you hold the fire switch over longer than just momentarily.
Okay, did you copy what he was doing up there, Control?
I understood him that he did select tank 2 by itself and tried firing it. Is that affirmative?
Capcom?
That's affirmative. That's the impression.
Okay. That's all we can do. And
That's all we can do, flight.
okay. Control flight.
Go ahead, flight.
How would you remind you if we only have 1 tank, you're operating on a different set of curves for the helium tank? Right?
Right.
Okay.
Another thing, when we hit our BART stage and get the engine on, that may fire it also.
And it's just as likely that it's already fired anyway.
Right. Flight from control.
Go.
One thing here, without the positive confirmation of bottle 2 blowing, we would recommend no ascent feed due to the fact we would be using some of this pressurization for RCS control if we did not blow but one bottle.
Okay, would you come to me during the ascent phase? What would you do? Wait and see if you got behind?
Okay, what I would recommend is going ahead.
Stand by.
There's very little difference between the two.
Capcom, let them know that it may be that it's firing.
Number 2 reading 3050, and number 1 is reading 3000, and it drops down to 2990. So I'm not sure it's really indicative that it didn't go over.
We copy.
We agree too.
Roger, we copy and we agree.
Flight control.
Yeah.
Let's press on nominal liftoff configuration with ascent feeds.
Right.
If we see bottle 2 not coming down, then we will ask them to open the main and close ascent feeds.
Independent of the rate at which helium tank 1 is coming down?
Right. Just the fact that tank 2 did not blow. That would be our confirmation.
Okay, that's your final recommendation?
Roger, Flight.
Capcom Flight?
Capcom, no?
Let them know that we'll watch that after takeoff, and if we don't get tank 2, we'll recommend them going to the RCS and closing the ascent feed.
We'll go for liftoff and we'll proceed with the ascent feed.
That's right, and let them know that.
Roger, that's correct. And we'll go ahead and watch tank 2. If it doesn't, tank 2 doesn't decrease, we'll tell you to close the ascent feeds and open the shutoffs. Over.
Flight guidance.
Go.
Going to eggs initialize.
Okay.
Flight control.
Go.
We will be queuing on quantities only now. That bottle did
stand by.
Shutoffs are closed.
What do you say? Yeah.
Okay, we vented the fuel and oxygen dips.
Okay. What were you telling me, Control?
Okay, this helium pressure curve is no good anymore. What we were talking about before, we can't use that, so go strictly on quantity delta, 2%. But if it didn't blow anyway, we're going to not ascent feed anyway. So,
Okay, but we can also take a little time here and let the
oh yeah,
ascent stabilize
no
before
hurry.
we change
I think it
configuration.
blew myself.
Okay. Dips vented okay, right?
Affirmative. We have dips did vent okay. We have ascent feed on. Mains are closed. Cross feed is open.
Okay.
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
It's almost impossible for us to tell whether or not he's brought that steerable antenna out of SLU into auto track. And I think it might be worthy of verifying that he has done this.
Okay. Isn't that in the checklist down here, track mode auto?
That's a firm flight. It is in the checklist.
Okay, 10 minutes. All looks good here at Capcom. We assume track mode auto.
Flight photo.
Go.
Ascent phase coming at you.
Roger.
Tranquility Base, a little less than 10 minutes there. Everything looks good, and we assume the steerables are track mode auto.
Roger, it is in track mode auto.
Roger.
Flight control.
Go.
Amps holding steady. Looks good.
Okay, and I'm going to want to let you take some time to look at this thing in terms of changing the configuration, because and I'm thinking on the order of 2 or 3 minutes. Is
Roger.
that about what you think?
Roger, I want to get a good confirmation of good ignition before I start looking at that.
This thing well underway before
Roger.
we do anything like that.
I concur.
And both EV batteries are go.
Tranquility, Houston, Roger.
Control flight. Control flight.
Go ahead, flight.
I want you to go over that recommendation one more time.
Roger.
In terms of disturbing the going control system.
Roger.
Okay, and I want to hear again from you before liftoff that that's absolutely what everybody would vote to do.
Roger.
Okay, coming up on TIG -5, where batteries 2 and 4 go off. Telcom, standing by.
That's a firm flight.
Battery 5 and 6 look good to you?
That's a firm flight.
KLM region VHF, you sound good. Yes, sir. Couldn't be better. It's just burn long.
Flight procedures. Doors are secured for ascent.
I would remind everybody that after ascent and insertion, we have a lot of work to do in the room to prepare for CSI. So let's keep the room accordingly.
Flight control.
Go.
Okay, we reviewed this in the back room. Span, building 45. They concur on their recommendation that bottle number 2 did not blow to open the mains, terminate ascent feed.
At a couple of minutes after
After we confirmed that it did not blow and everything settled out.
Okay, we're on ascent batteries.
That's affirmative flight, and they look real good.
All right.
Anything else you need now, flight?
Nope. Buses look good to you, Telcom?
That's a firm flight.
Okay.
Rate scale 25. At translation 4 jet. Balance couple on. DTCA jet. Stop push button reset. Board stage reset. Headband minimum. Add control to mode control. Mode control auto. Mode. I'm standing by for 2 minutes to go to guidance steering in the ag.
Four minutes to liftoff. Crew standing by. TIG -2 in the checklist. FIDO status.
We got it all, flight. Good to
Guidance.
go.
Waiting for guidance steering at 2 minutes.
Control. Where to go, flight?
Telcom.
Go, flight.
Surgeon.
Go flight.
Eagle Houston, you're looking good to us.
Roger.
Capcom flight.
Capcom, go.
Just a reminder, the order is open RC at close SN feed.
Open main shutoff valves, close SN feeds, right.
Flight control.
Call flight.
It's control. If we
Go.
did that, we'd also want to close the cross feed. But
Yes.
Okay.
At what step?
That'd be the last thing you did.
Okay.
Flight photo.
Go.
Wings and eggs selected for liftoff.
Okay. Coming up on T-2.
Mark, T-2.
Roger, guidance, bearing in the ag.
We see it. Flight looks good.
Okay.
Dave, master arm on.
Master arm.
Roger, we see it, flight.
Okay. Still looking you down.
Looks good, flight.
Control. Control.
Again, flight.
Still looking good.
Looking good, flight.
Guidance.
Gobo systems.
Whiskey Mike. Got that answering card? Yep. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Work stage, engine arm ascent, proceed. Beautiful. 26, 36 feet per second up.
Lost data, flight.
Roger.
All right, put a pitch over.
We have data.
We got it back, flight.
TCP looks good, flight.
Roger.
Balance couple off.
Roger.
Model 2's going down in blue, flight.
Right. There's
Roger.
that one crater on there.
Tank 2's good, Capcom.
Roger's good.
No manual start override, flight.
Say again.
We have no manual start override.
Roger. You want it?
Affirmative.
Capcom manual start override.
Eagle Houston, request manual start override.
Wings and eggs look good. Flight.
Did you get it, Control?
Roger.
Negative, flight.
Should have it now.
We have it now, flight. Thank you.
Fido, how you looking?
Looking good. Flight.
Guidance.
Gobo systems.
Looking
Okay.
good, flight.
1 minute looking good, Capcom.
TCP looks
Eagle
good.
Houston, 1 minute, you're looking good.
Roger.
Calcom, how are you?
Looked good, flight.
Okay. Sergeant,
Very
okay.
quiet ride. Just a
Good
little
flight.
bit of slow wallowing back and forth. Not very much thruster activity.
Flight Fido, pings Misfin, we're looking good.
Okay, guys.
Mighty fine.
Go, both systems.
Control, how's the
Where
helium?
go, flight?
The helium look good all around?
Affirmative.
700, 150 up.
Telcom,
Go.
9,000.
looking good, Capcom.
AX degrees within a foot per second.
Looking good, flight. They're all together.
Roger. Good at 2, Capcom.
Eagle Houston, you're looking good at 2. Ping, Zags, and Misfin all agree.
That's 1,000. 170 up. Beautiful. 14,000. And a foot per second again, AX to ping.
Looking
We
good,
see that, flight. Go, both systems.
Roger. Control,
Looking good, flight.
Telcom.
Looks real good.
Looking good, flight.
Fido, all sources on the money.
Roger that.
Okay.
That band looks like it's holding good.
Yeah,
That's
good
affirmative.
count.
Roger, we concur. It's great.
1,400, 185.
Guidance,
Go, both systems.
control,
Where go?
Telcom.
Go.
Go at 3, Capcom.
Go, all sources, flight. Looking good.
Roger.
Eagle Houston, your go of 3 minutes. Everything's looking good.
Roger.
4 minutes, flight.
Roger.
4 to go.
Right on H-Dot. Coming up to, this is H-Dot max now.
Still looking good, flight.
Okay. Apps looking good to you? Control.
Affirmative.
Helium tracking.
Coming right on down, looking good.
Okay. Nominal usage, yeah? Is that right?
Roger.
Okay.
I'm going right down US1.
Telcom.
Looks real good, flight.
Guidance.
Go, both systems.
Real tight, huh?
Better than ever.
Okay. Fido. Fido.
Real
Status.
good, flight.
Okay.
All of them together.
At 4, Capcom. All go.
Roger.
Eagle Houston, 4 minutes. You're going right down the tracks. Everything's great.
They got Sabine out to our right now.
Roger.
3 minutes to go, flight.
Roger. 3 minutes to
Still
go.
looking good, flight.
Okay.
Go, all
Fido.
sources, flight.
Okay. Telcom.
Go.
.240 to go.
We got the manual start, right?
That's affirmative,
Control.
flight. We have both auto and manual routes.
Okay. Auto shut it off, right?
Ritter off there.
If he de-arms at 50 foot per second to go.
When he de-arms, right?
There,
Engine
there's
arm
right
off.
there. There's Schmidt.
5 minutes.
All
Fido.
sources, flight. Looking good.
Guidance.
Go, both systems.
Control.
Where go?
Telcom.
Go.
At 5, Capcom.
Eagle Houston, you're great.
3,
Looking good.
155. Looking good here.
Mark 2 minutes, flight.
Spectacular ride.
2 minutes to go.
Still good, flight.
Roger. Helium tracking all right there.
Coming on down, right.
Tracking right.
Affirmative.
Okay.
We're a little above our predicted.
Good.
Flying off the center, good. It's off to the right.
Rate's good there, Control.
Affirmative.
Fido.
Green and go, flight.
Guidance.
Go, both systems.
Control.
Where go?
And Telcom.
Go.
Capcom. At 6.
Eagle Houston, you're still looking mighty fine.
Roger, good agreement in Delta V to go and move back. Thanks.
Roger.
Control, let me know when you have
Minute to
that
go, flight.
engine arm off. Okay?
Roger.
Copy that guidance.
Second flight.
Minute to go.
I copied you.
Roger.
To go. Okay, I'm going to open up the main shutoff.
Okay, go to main shutoffs.
30 seconds, flight.
Roger.
SNC closed, pressure's holding good, cross speed
Lanes
on.
open.
Roger.
350 to go.
350 to go.
Has not closed ascent feed yet.
Looking good.
Ascent feed's closed, cross feed closed.
Roger.
Stand by on the engine arm.
Engine arm should be going on.
Okay, off, 50. Shut down.
Arm off.
Roger.
Shut down.
We got 53373, 32.8 feet per second, 60,666.
Go all sources,
Great,
flight.
great. Go, Orbit.
Eagle, Roger. We copy. It's great. Go.
Here we go. Got a residual.
Look at the residuals.
Yeah,
Fido, do you want anything at
I
all?
want to trim the residuals, flight.
Trimmers,
Trim
all
the
of them?
residuals.
All of
Eagle,
them?
Houston, trim residuals.
over the weather.
All of them, Fido?
Just X, flight.
Flight control.
Go.
Maybe to reset the abort stage.
Reset aboard stage.
And engine fire override and turn balance couples on.
And what? Engine what?
Engine fire override.
Okay. Capcom reset aboard stage. Yeah. Is it coming through to you?
Just reset engine stop, flight. That's all he has to do.
Okay.
Flight, they just haven't gotten to it yet.
Okay.
Flight Fido.
Go.
It's close enough.
Good enough, Capcom on the trim. Well, they're done now.
Trim looks good.
That's good. Okay, that sounds a little on the high side.
Guidance, we got time for P52?
Okay.
Say again, flight.
We have time for P52?
Oh, we should have, that's right.
9.5.
I didn't copy that,
Roger,
Capcom.
47.2, but 9.5.
Okay.
Flight control.
Go.
I'd like to get those CES switches reset.
Back there, 9.5.
Okay. Which ones you need now?
Abort stage,
Aboard stage reset and
engine stop reset, and balance couples on.
Okay.
And both mode controls to add hope.
Okay. Okay. Give me a chance now. But you want the Capcom, we want the aboard stage and engine stop reset.
Just for his checklist, he hasn't done that.
Okay.
Eagle, Houston, request aboard stage reset, engine stop reset, flow control, hold and get a chance there.
Roger.
Okay, the reset flight.
Okay. I'm glad you came back again there, Hal.
Both mode controls at hope, looking good, flight.
Okay, you like your configuration?
We're go right now, flight.
Okay. Okay, guidance, you turning the vector around for Mike?
Be a minute momentarily here.
Okay.
LGC's back in poo, looking good.
Okay. You want them to proceed with P52, right?
As affirmative.
Capcom,
As per
proceed with P52 as per nominal.
Okay, is that for Eagle?
Say again?
Is that for Eagle?
Yes.
Eagle, Houston, you can go ahead and proceed with P52 as per nominal.
Flight guidance.
Yeah.
I'll say this too. If they have any trouble, I'm real satisfied with both guidance systems.
Okay.
Obviously.
Eagle, he was back in orbit, having less tranquility days, and leaving behind the replica from our Apollo 11 launch to Rollins Bridge.
Eagle Houston, roger, we copy. The whole world is proud of you.
A lot of help there.
Eagle Columbia, I've got 470 down for our dot, and I just broke block. Could you hold silent for a few seconds there while I request?
Fido flight. Fido flight.
Columbia is required.
Flight Fido.
Let me know when you confirm on track, okay?
Flight Fido, the Lear filter confirms that we're showing a 9 by 45 point something.
That's by track.
That's the high speed, the pings, and the ags.
Oh,
I
that,
won't
okay, that's
take-
all of them, huh?
That's right. I won't take an 8-minute batch on this flight. It'll make my 20-minute batch
Okay.
better.
CSI time looks nominal for now.
Right now, I'm checking it now.
Okay.
Flight.
RR is on flight.
Okay. Rendezvous radar's coming up. We're starting to track. P-52 to do. And then the P-20 work for CSI.
Flight guidance.
Go.
Give us POO and accept in the CMC, please.
Who and accept Columbia, and we'll give them a state vector. That's the
Columbia
LGC vector.
Houston, request POO and accept, and we'll give you
LEM vector.
a good old LEM vector. Over. I didn't hear him.
I heard him saying something in the
Yeah,
background. He might have heard you.
Flight GNC, he just went 52.
Flight guidance.
Go.
There he's back in POO, but I don't know if you heard us. We still have up TM and block.
Okay, when you see it in accept, go. I think he heard you.
Mark, we're going now, flight.
Okay. Control, how's the RCS look?
Second flight.
How's the RCS look?
We are in good shape, flight. 77 in System A and 71 in System B.
A, 71 in B. Good shape. Holding tight, huh?
Roger.
Okay.
Flightycom.
Go.
We commanded backup downvoice, clean up that noise for you.
Thank you.
And Mike will be come down a little weak. We're expecting a high gain soon.
Okay. Capcom, CSM may be weak.
You said, okay, maybe. I'm with you. And the link, the Eagle updated link off. Also, I'll get that.
RR just turned off flight.
Okay.
Was that, you say it's already off?
He said the rendezvous radar
Oh, okay.
just went off. What did you say, Yodam, Capcom?
Well, he's got the updated link switch in voice backup now. Got to go to off on that one.
Right, Telcom? Telcom?
Go, flight.
What do you want with the up data switch?
He can go ahead and put it in off.
Okay, Capcom.
Eagle Houston, you can go ahead and turn your updated link switch off.
Roger, it's off.
Yeah, Roger.
Okay, Fido, I'm standing by for a CSI TIG estimate from you.
Flight control.
Go.
RCS plots on 64.
Okay.
P-52 in the limb, flight.
P-52 in the limb.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're almost done with the vector and the CMC. Low bit rate's biting us here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Flight guidance, it's his computer.
Capcom, Columbia's computer.
Columbia, Houston, the computer is yours. Press on.
Flight guidance.
Go.
I think we've told you CMC does not have to do his P-52.
Does not have to?
In fact, he doesn't have one scheduled. If he asks,
Yes.
does not have to do it.
Eagle, Houston, Roger, 15.5.
And a maneuver of 51.3.
Aft Omni flight.
P1.3, half Omni and Eagle.
And Eagle, aft Omni, over.
Flight GNC.
Go.
Okay, Columbia started his P-52 again.
Columbia's doing a P-52?
Raj.
Roger, aft on.
Okay. Copy that, guidance.
Say again, flight.
Columbia's doing a P-52.
Yes. I say again, he can delete that.
Okay, but he's into it now.
All right.
Shall I tell him he doesn't need it if he doesn't want to?
Guidance, we'll tell him that. Yeah, go ahead and tell him that, Capcom. He might decide to back out.
Flight Fido.
Go.
Doppler residuals are small.
Columbia, Houston,
We got comm with Columbia. There he comes.
Flight Econ, we're looking good. Yeah, we're go for the high gain anytime. I passed Capcom some angles.
Do we have comm now?
We should have.
Okay. Fido, I think I copied 51.3 as a CSI estimate that Buzz came up with in the LAM.
That's great. I've got 51, 52, and 51.6, and the three sources I've got, and I'm waiting for the 20-minute data now.
Okay.
Flight Telcom.
Go.
Looks like we're going to have low bit rate also if we're going to get any data at all.
Okay.
Roger, your thoughts. And I can see it reflecting out my window, sir.
Okay, this is due to the P-52. You want us to go to low bit rate, or you want to wait till we come out of it, Telcom? Want to go?
Roger, flight, go low bit rate.
Capcom in the blind, see if Eagle can go to low bit rate.
Eagle, Houston, in a blind, try low bit rate, over.
Roger, low bit rate. I've got 3.8 signal strength, over.
Okay. Copy that, Telcom.
Flight Telcom, we have low bit rate data.
Okay.
Eagle, Houston, Roger, we copy your signal strength 3.8.
Control flight, all your configuration look good as far as you can tell?
As far as we can tell, flight, we're good configuration.
Okay, Telcom, how about you?
We're happy flight.
Okay. Guidance, you don't have anything in Eagle right now, huh?
That's firm flight, status static. He's got about 6 more minutes. If he's not done with P-52 at that time, he can commence tracking.
Okay. 6 minutes from now, so that'll be 49, huh? 124.49. Commence tracking.
124.49 flight. Is that what you're looking for?
Commence at B-20 work.
Right.
I expect to be done by that time.
He should be, flight.
Okay, we'll wait and see.
Flat out. Focus with the top.
Fido flight.
Flight Fido.
I'd be real interested if we picked up some post P-20 tracking, whether there's any out-of-plane components showing up, okay?
Affirmative. As soon as he's taken 5 marks flight, I'll run those through for a preliminary indication.
Okay.
Either vehicle.
Okay. Are you getting a CSMRI?
Have no marks yet. My data shows there. We just got some data, but no marks.
Guidance flight?
Go flight.
Has he taken any ranging marks yet?
Negative, neither bit. I can't tell the limb, I doubt it.
No, the
CSM
limb.
is not.
CSM is not yet.
He's getting ready now. He
Okay.
just loaded P-32 in a CSM.
P what? Would you say P-32?
In the CSM. He's loaded proper TIG of CSI and TPI.
Okay.
Flight Telcom.
Good.
We saw a jump in cabin and suit pressure when he reconfigured there, and I would like to make sure he's got that cabin repress valve in the closed position.
Okay. Cabin repress valve enclosed.
That's a Roger flight.
Capcom, we want to verify cabin repress valve closed.
Okay, we saw a slight jump in what cabin or suit?
Cabin and suit.
Roger.
Eagle, Houston.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, we saw a very slight jump in cabin and feed pressure there. Could you verify the cabin repress valve is closed?
Okay, it's closed.
Roger, and we've got about 1 minute to before where you ought to be radar tracking, and we've lost data with you.
Okay. Shall I gauge you?
Telcom flight. Telcom flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Will you let me know when you go back to high bit rate?
Roger, flight. And he has closed the valve.
He is what?
He has closed the valve.
Was it open?
So, Roger.
Okay. Thank you, Dan.
Roger, flight.
Got it? Okay, Rich. Enter. 73. You got it in the background, huh? Okay. Yeah.
Guidance, let me know when you start taking CSM marks.
Roger.
There, you got it? Already marked, exit line. Okay, mark, exit on. Exit line. Maybe you ought to be satisfied with 3 of them.
Flight guidance.
Go.
We'd be more than satisfied with 3 marks, 3 pairs. That's what he's talking about.
Okay.
Houston, say again.
Still on. Exit line.
Flight Econ.
Go.
Columbia's still good for the high gain if we'll go to it.
Okay. Why don't you give the captain some angles? Although he's down in the bay now.
I know he is flying. We'd like to have it before LOS anyway for DSU done. Rewind.
Yeah, okay, but he's down in the bay track.
Understand, flying.
Okay, mark 1. Enough? Beautiful. All zeros. Okay, let's torque them all, write them down. Minus 06 plus 64 plus 187. Torque. Okay, but radar circuit breakers in.
Guidance, I think he's just working on P-52.
Sounded to me like he had a good P-52 and was starting to
Yeah,
start
but
tracking.
it's a little late now. You know, we
But
told
you'll
him to
be
move
okay.
into it.
Yeah, and you'll just miss a couple marks. I think you still
Okay.
should be able to get a good solution, although we could be a little better.
Flight FAO.
Go.
Be advised, his backup chart is now no good because we had to take us late at 30 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we're pointed down pretty much. We're going to be up, but we're not. Other bigger. Both bigger breakers in. Okay.
I got a solid mark on incorporated 1 mark.
Stay on over and over.
Telcom and Ecom.
Go ahead, flight.
So much static. Is either one of you on the fringe?
We're on Omni flight. It's about what we can expect.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, did you call?
Star Angle.
Flight network.
Angle.
Go network.
Yeah, we have
Eagle,
noise on
Houston,
both downlinks.
We
Okay.
didn't have one at downlink, but we copied them on the box.
Okay, 0 for Star Angle distance, minus 06, plus 54 and plus 1.37 over.
Eagle, Houston, roger, we have that.
Capcom, I didn't copy that. Were they torquing angles? That was star angle difference. Wasn't it? Capcom flight. Yeah, Capcom flight.
Capcom, go.
Did he read you torquing angles? I didn't copy him.
Yes, we did.
What was the size of them?
.006,
Got a good lock on it.
.06 and .13 somewhere.
Okay.
Real
They'll take this.
Flight GMC. Go. Okay, his last 52 he did shows are still good on the platform.
CSM P52 is go. Roger.
How about that? See what it thinks happened to you at 125.21, right?
Telcom flight.
Far from it.
Go flight.
Do you think they're getting anywhere near any high gain angles?
That's a negative flight.
Okay.
The circuit breaker,
We're watching and we'll try some as soon as we think we can, flight.
Okay. Thank you. Guidance, you getting any CSM?
circuit breaker.
Yes, sir. 3 marks, VHF 3 optical.
Oh, okay.
Did I say the CMC loaded our P32 properly? We haven't seen the limb, but I expect he has to.
Yes. Fido, let me know when you process that CSM vector whenever, Fido, whenever
I
guidance.
just got 4 points from the optics. I'm going to look at it now, flight.
Okay. Control flight configuration okay?
Affirmative flight.
Telcom okay?
It's a Roger flight. Flight Telcom.
Go.
If we can get them in quick, maybe we can acquire on pitch 162. Yaw, minus 16.
By that.
Then go high bit rate. If we get locked up, flight.
Okay.
You want to try it?
Yeah. And if they have time, Capcom, pitch 162, yaw minus 16.
Eagle, Houston, if you have time, pitch 162, yaw, minus 16.
How about that, Telcom?
Well, the signal strength's not the best in the west, but the noise is cleared.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, if you get enough, let me know.
Eagle Columbia, your Y dot is minus 1.0, over.
Hey, minus 1.0.
Mike, you're fine?
Fido,
Fido copies, flight.
CSM solution.
I got 3 feet per second off his vectors.
Over.
We just found out where the landing site was.
Flight, Telcom.
Go ahead.
We can go high bit rate.
Okay.
Eagle,
Capcom.
this is Columbia, over. Houston, Columbia, over.
Roger, Columbia, you're loud and clear now. This is Houston.
Roger, would you tell Eagle his Y dot is minus 1.0, over.
Roger, Eagle. Columbia says your Y dot is minus 1.0. Over.
And you can go to high bit rate, Capcom and Eagle.
Roger, Houston, we got that. Thank you.
Roger, and you can go to high bit rate now. Eagle can.
7 minutes now to see him going around the corner. Fido, you still getting that CSM vector in?
Affirmative, flight. I've got all the things he's taken. I'm working the 20 minutes of misfin radar now.
Okay.
Flight, Telcom. We have high bit rate data.
Okay. Thank you, Don. Control. Status. Control, your status.
We're go right now, flight.
Okay. Guidance, P32.
Yes, sir. 5 marks.
Looking all right to you?
Okay, he had the right CSI loaded, waiting for TPI now.
He loaded CSI TIG.
Yes, he has not loaded TPI yet.
Okay.
Ag agrees very closely in pointing direction.
Houston, Columbia's unable to read Eagle on either antenna on VHF duplex Bravo. You got any suggestions?
Ecom, Telcom. Copy,
Roger.
flight.
Columbia, we understand you are unable to read Eagle. Stand by.
Telcom, you copying? Telcom.
Right, flight. The optimum antenna combination right now is CSM left, LEM forward.
CSM left,
LEM forward.
LEM forward.
Flight guidance.
Go.
We cannot see that he has loaded the TPI time yet in P32. Let's confirm that he knows he should load TPI and P32 has not loaded it yet. Stand by 1 minute, flight. He may be going to do it now.
Well, or perhaps you just didn't see it, huh, guys?
No, if he did it, I'd know it. He has
Okay.
not loaded it.
Okay. Capcom, just let Eagle know we don't show the TPI TIG time loaded yet in P32.
Okay, write that band down.
Houston, Columbia, also my VHF ranging is not working now, and I'd like to know whether you'd like me to continue making sextant marks or do nothing. I'm supposed to be doing VHF marks only for the next 6 or 7 minutes.
Guidance. Take sextants, right?
Columbia,
marks,
Houston,
flight,
Roger,
and
we
don't
copy.
re-
Eagle,
don't
looks
reinitialize,
like the
flight.
best antenna with the forward for the LEM. And break, Eagle. We missed your loading of the TPI TIG and P32. Could you confirm you've done that?
Flight control.
Can it hold?
Roger.
Capcom, and for Mike, take sextant marks, don't reinitialize.
Say it again.
Take sextant marks, don't reinitialize.
For Columbia.
Yes.
He's loading TPI now, flight.
Okay, he's loading TPI now. Good question. Guidance.
Columbia, Houston, recommend you take sextant marks and do not re-initialize. Over.
Control, you are calling?
Disregard flight.
Okay.
Flight FAO.
Go.
He'd already initialized when we got him.
Columbia's got the VHF ranging back now. I'll stick with the nominal. Thank you.
Okay, he's got ranging back.
Roger, mighty fine.
Flight Fighter.
He probably has comm back too. The truth be known. Go, Fido.
Okay, all my data has got the plane change small and in the same direction. I believe they're plane change.
Clear now, Eagle.
Stand by. What's the magnitude, Fido?
I believe that I'm showing 3 feet per second. Total plane change required, so to establish a node, one's pretty close to right.
Okay. 3 feet per second's got to be noise. Go.
Flight FAO, we'd like for him to continue taking sextant marks, XVHF marks, because he's behind. He doesn't have as many marks as he needs to take. He's behind on his timeline.
Okay.
Flight Fighter.
Capcom, have him get as many VHF and sextant marks as he can with the time remaining. That's for Columbia. Call flight is Fido. Go ahead.
Fido, 51.5 for CSI, our estimate.
You want that to go up?
Not just yet, but
Okay.
it's a number to remember. I think that's what it's going to be.
Okay.
Flight Telcom.
Go.
We're having more trouble that ranging. We might confirm with Eagle that the VHF-B transmitter is off.
You want VHF-B off?
That's firm flight.
Okay.
Flight Fighter.
At the receiver? Is that what you said?
VHF-B transmitter.
Oh, okay. It's supposed to be, huh?
That's firm flight and ranging.
Capcom?
Flight Fighter.
Roger, Mike, you can go
Go
ahead
ahead.
and get as many
We're close to LOS. Let's go ahead and ship that 51.5 up.
as you can here in this period of time.
Roger that.
Flight Capcom, go.
How far have you gotten there, Capcom? The men want to confirm with Eagle that VHF Bravo transmitter's off. And Fido's estimate of CSI magnitude in X, is that X, Fido? Is 51.5.
Firm, and we tend to confirm is VY.
Okay.
Is out of plainness.
That may make him feel a little better, Capcom.
Roger.
Get him. Verify VHF-B transmitter off, and 51.5 in X, our estimate, and Columbia's having trouble raising them.
Eagle and Columbia. About 1 minute to LOS there on Columbia. It looks like we have about 51.5 for CSI, and we tend to confirm your Y dot. And break for Eagle. Verify VHF.
Flight Telcom, we need to go after
Yes, stand by. Capcom, get Eagle and ask him if he's go for CSI.
VHF Bravo is off.
Ask him if he's go for CSI so we can let the CSM know because of the comm. Hurry up.
Aft Omni flight.
And aft Omni on Eagle.
Eagle, Houston, recommend app Omni, and are you go for CSI so we can let Columbia know? Over.
Roger, we're go for CSI.
Let Columbia know that. Hurry up.
Columbia, Houston, did you copy Eagle as go for CSI?
Say it again.
No, I did not copy. I'm reading him only intermittently, but thank you.
Okay.
Roger.
Okay, Telcom and Ecom, would you guys get your heads together and see if there's anything else we can do?
Roger flight. That's LOS CSM flight.
Okay. Lem is a minute and a half to LOS. Telcom?
Go ahead, flight.
Okay, you're still watching data, or is it gone?
It's gone.
The reason I was holding up on you is I had to get some of the CSM before we went around the corner. And he was
Roger flight.
closer.
I just didn't want to let the steerable bang.
Fair enough. We don't think it did it?
No.
Okay.
Eagle
Captain.
Houston, we'll see you coming around the other side. Your ALS times are 1 minute ahead of the flight plan.
Okay, thank you.
Capcom flight.
Capcom, go.
Did you manage to get to Eagle our estimate of the CSI? Got a little fast there at the end.
I was transmitting kind of into the blind to both of them. It did go up.
Say again?
It did go up. It's 51.5.
It did go up. How about the VHF-B transmitter off? Did that go up?
Yeah, that went up. He verified it was off.
Okay. Telcom and Ecom, I want you to go through and tell me what options we have and what we ought to try first. They may well have it by the time they come around, but let us give it some thought.
I'll get with Capcom.
Flight Telcom.
Go.
I very well think a problem on the ranging may be that we've just exceeded the range capability of the system. We were right at greater than 200 miles, and that's...
Yeah, but we've got... Which range are you talking about? VHF?
Yeah.
We had range greater than 200 miles on 10, as I recall. Did we not?
I'll check flight. I'm not positive on that.
We should have been getting ranging. Okay, but yeah, would you check, please?
Flight control.
All right. Who's calling flight?
This is control.
Go ahead.
I'll take a couple glances.
Yeah, guidance flight, are you on?
Go flight.
FAO is telling me he did a proceed or something and is going to end up missing a couple of marks.
We saw him with 10 marks going around a hill, which is pretty good size.
FAO, would you say your computer is, please? Tell them what you told me.
Oh, we saw him do a
Final comp.
Yeah, final comp.
Right. He lost a few
It's not
marks.
going to hurt anything.
No, he'd lose a few marks, but he was all right.
Yeah,
Right.
at least 10 marks going around a hill, and that's plenty.
Right. Recycle.
Okay, guidance.
Sir.
Tell me about the VHF ranging. We were getting some good marks, and then it went bad.
Then it went
and
bad.
And then we got some more.
I never saw any more after everyone said it
But
was
he
bad.
said the VHF was good again, right? Ranging.
I think he said that, but I don't...
Yes, he did.
That's what we copied, flight.
Yes, he did. So he had good marks before and after and a gap in the middle. I don't mean good marks. I mean a good ranging capability. And he took some marks the first part of it, didn't get any in the second half.
Oh, you're right. It was... Backroom guy said it was back at LOS. I was looking at TPI time at that time.
Now, how about sextant marks? Did we take some? We told him to take as many as he could.
Roger, flight. He took some.
Yes.
Okay. How about LEM solution? Did you get enough to
On that
tell much about that?
recycle, I saw 49.9 in for CSI, but that wasn't his final solution, of course.
Flight fighter.
Go.
I got 51.4 when he had about 7 marks, and I'm rerunning the final now on all the marks he took. He had 10 marks at
Okay.
LOS.
For clarity's sake, what you mean by that is you took his vector and ran it through the math, and his solution ought to be getting the same as yours, as
That's
opposed to
affirmative.
you being independent. But the Doppler tracking is all confirming the onboard nav systems, right?
That's perfect. Yes, as a matter of fact, on the Doppler solution, I got 52.9 on 20 minutes of data, and that's outstanding agreement.
Okay.
Flight. I copied. He had a delta H of 16.4 at that time.
Okay.
In the thing.
Okay, Ecom, are you talking to Telcom?
Yeah, I'm getting my own house in order first flight.
Okay, but let us be sure that we have married the LEM and the CSN
Right.
today, huh?
Flight FAO.
Go ahead.
Do you understand the reason we asked for more VH?
Yes, because we busted a tracking schedule.
All right.
I shouldn't put it that way. Because with the VHF out for a little while, it changed it. And this is the better way to do it when it goes out. Okay. Okay, everybody, if you want to take 5. The only problem I'm carrying as open is this comm problem, which really may not be a continuing problem, but maybe one of the antennas and getting them together. Okay. Telcom and Ecom. I want you to consider one more thing. We can hook them up air-to-air through Misfin, if it comes to that, right?
Sure, fine.
Okay. But my point is, whatever we're going to do with the VHF, we have to do it and find out if it's going to be there, and if not, then go to this other thing.
Are you worried about VHF voice?
Yes.
Or ranging?
Voice. Mostly worried about voice, air-to-air.
Oh, okay.
Aren't you?
No.
They don't seem to have it.
No. Yeah, but that's. I think we're getting locked up here in the voice coupled with the ranging. I feel certain we can get them good VHF voice communications.
We had it at the end there.
Oh yeah, I know it. It comes and goes.
And there is conceivably an antenna configuration that could have messed it for us. That's what we're discussing now.
In other words, Flack, when we gave the call for them to go limb forward antenna, to the best of what I heard on the loops, the voice communication problem cleared up.
That's what I
Okay.
heard, Floyd.
It may be cleared up. I'm just saying, want all options thought out, so we go through them when we come around, and if it comes to relaying it by misfin, that's what we end up doing.
Roger, flight, understand.
I want to get the mayor to come.
Roger, understand and agree. Flight Telcom. You want to take a look at consumables? We're right on predicted. Channel 64. It's electrical. Channel 58. The little spike you see there in the O2 was as a result of that cabin repress valve. Will be on nominal. And we'll switch over to the CO2 here in just a second. Looks like a real good cartridge, Flight.
Madrid, Houston, contact net 1. Madrid, Houston, contact net 1. Got her, boys. Houston, contact net 1.
Got it, boys.
Roger, how do you read?
You're loud and clear?
Roger, I do not read Madrid.
Roger.
Houston, contact, say again. Madrid, Houston, contact net 1, voice check.
Houston, contact Madrid. Read you loud and clear now.
Roger, read you the same, Madrid.
Flight control.
Go ahead.
I gather you were just talking about the problem and possibly
Yes.
say the alarms yesterday?
Yes. Okay, can I get everybody back on the loop and get an amber light from you to see who's here? GNC and Fido, that's who I need. GNC, have I got you here? Econ, would you ask GNC if he's here, please?
Flight GNC, you called?
Yeah. Are you there? We want to review our status here.
Okay.
I didn't give you any. Yeah, okay, let's go over the upcoming pass here. We had one problem that may not be a problem as they went behind the moon, and that was the air-to-air comm. What we're going to do when they come around Capcom is check to see if they've regained it, which they probably have. If they haven't, we're going to check the LEM antenna to be forward, right?
Affirmative.
Forward. And if it is and they still don't have comm, let them know you can enable the, what is the proper terminology? Misfin relay?
Misfin relay.
Misfin relay. And let them try the S-band comm.
Okay.
CSI should be performed, and we would like a burn report for the CSI. From all that I've heard, I doubt very much that they would have done a plane change. However, we may hear something about that.
Flight Fighter, I need the targets and the residuals after trim.
A regular burn report.
That's fine.
Okay. Targets and residuals, Capcom. Plane change, hopefully, should not be anything. And then CDH will occur at about 1:26:20, which will be perhaps 30 minutes after our acquisition. And the crew will be tracking both the LEM and the, and the CSM. Both will be in a tracking posture, getting ready for the CDH maneuver, which again should be fairly small. Control flight, I'd like to go over your consumables before we come around.
So 64 now.
Okay, but before we get to that, I'd like to go around and see if anybody has anything else that they want to bring our attention here for the upcoming pass. EMU, how about you? Anything? EMU? Retro, is EMU there?
There's got one here, but I don't think he's hooked in yet.
All right, how about you, Retro?
Negative.
Can you give me a green light then, please? Fido is okay.
There's nothing to do till I get some data. Burn reports and vectors before I can look at CDH.
Okay. Guidance officer, how about you, Steve?
Not a thing.
Okay. Pings and eggs have been how close together? I gather they've been very close, but how close? Within a matter of feet per second. Guidance.
You mean during the ascent they were?
Yeah.
All the way.
Okay.
There's just been no disagreement.
Okay. Control. How about you?
Don't really have anything flight.
65.
64 is our consumables on the RCS now.
4.
System A's got 76, System B's got 70, and we plotted the rendezvous prediction in there, and we're right on it right now.
Okay.
I am curious, we heard some comment right part of LOS concerning engine arm breaker, and I was just wondering what it was that they
You
were...
did? I didn't copy that.
Yeah, I heard something in the noise that they said something about engine arm, I thought. And,
Capcom, did you hear anything like that? Capcom?
No, I didn't. The only thing I broke the engine arm was they couldn't possibly get the breaker open as they had to again.
yeah, this is right prior to LOS. I heard it, and my backroom guys also heard it, and I'm just curious what they were referring to. Nothing important, but just curiosity what they were talking about, if they tried to get it out or what.
How about the AELD circuit breakers? Is there anything else we ought to pull?
Well, they should.
They should be pulled then. Okay.
They should pull them.
Wait a minute. Are they pulled by checklist, or are you making that up? They should pull them now.
There's nothing in the checklist that I recall that shows to pull them flight.
Should they be pulled?
They should be, yes. Just that additional safety factor on the system to keep the engine from
Both AELD circuit breakers are
affirmative.
How come they're just now coming up with that then? Or are we missing it in the checklist, or
No,
what's the reason?
it's just depends on how conservative you want to be, Ron.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, but we don't want the engine to burn again.
Negative.
The circuit breaker should be pulled.
Yeah, they probably have already pulled them. but
We should have mentioned this some time ago, Control.
well, we never think too much about it. Flight, they choose to fly it that way, and with the men. So
Yes, but that's because the SN engine arm is usually pulled. Is that not so?
negative.
No?
So
Okay, you're saying we're flying in a normal configuration.
yes, I understand. But if you want to be super conservative about it, we'll pull the ELD breakers.
No, I don't want to change what we've agreed to fly.
I don't
Apparently
either.
We agreed to fly that way.
I don't either.
So we're back to leaving them alone.
That's right.
Anything else?
Negative.
Telcom? You want to give me a green light, please? Telcom?
Roger, fine. On the VHF, I think our previous agreements are good. We can, if you want to, I can give you a procedure for ranging as far as switch configuration is concerned. And I can also give you one for voice only.
Procedure for ranging.
Yes, switch configuration, that we can just check all the switches and make sure everything is configured properly in spacecraft.
Why don't you get that and hand it over to Capcom in case
Roger, will do.
I'm checking it.
Roger.
Anything else? Done?
Other than that, flight, I think we're in very good shape and see no problems and nothing to pass on at this time.
Okay. GNC?
Flight, this is FAO. Before you, about the COM configuration for ranging, they have a little cue card, and if you dealt it...
I'm sure they do. This is just, and we're not going to read this, this is just something if they ask us about.
Oh, I see. Okay. Excuse me.
GNC?
Roger, Flight. Bus set station, we're looking good and ready to go.
Okay. Ecom?
Go flight.
Capcom? Want to give me a green light there? Ecom? Capcom, okay.
Capcom, okay.
Okay, Ron, we ought to be fairly passive this time, except to give them some, I guess confirming information that their solutions are looking good.
Okay.
Surgeon, how about you?
That's it.
Surgeon, how about you?
Flight?
Surgeon?
Yes, Flight. Go.
Do you have anything for the team for this pass?
Nothing. Everything looks good.
Procedures?
No problem, Flight.
AFD? FAO?
Good flight.
Okay. Network? Everything okay with you?
I have one net out from Madrid flight, but it's no impact.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else that they want to bring up here in the room before the pass? We have 8 minutes on the command module, 11 minutes to go on the LAMP.
Capcom, Telcom, Mocha 2.
We stood locked up throughout your king.
Okay, I take it that means nobody has anything for us.
King check.
Okay, Capcom, when you get them, you'll get the CSM first, see if they got comm, and then after that, see what the burn status is.
Okay.
Flight Network, AOS CSM.
Okay, gentlemen, CSM coming around the corner. Sounds like good talking.
CAPCOM AOS data.
Columbia, Houston, heard you talking to Eagle. I assume you have comm with Eagle now.
Flight GNC.
Cap.
Okay, looks like we're very good on propellants. We're looking very good. First burst of data.
Copy, thank you. Ecom?
Flight Ecom, a little ratty. Let me take another look.
Want the data?
Yeah, that data's a little
Okay.
ratty. Flight Econ.
Go.
Looking good on low bit rate.
Okay. Telcom flight.
Go flight.
You expect them to be in steerable when they come around?
That's negative flight.
No, do you expect them to be in an attitude that they will be picking it up?
That's Roger.
Okay.
Come around Omni and then they'll shortly go to the steerable. We'll have good comm flight.
Say again?
We'll have good comm.
Okay. Telcom, what's your channel, please? Back where it was, 32?
I'm on 31 flight.
31, okay. Columbia's calling you.
Columbia, Houston, you're very weak. Say again.
Telcom, or Ecom, any suggestions?
I hear it. Flight Ecom, is he trying to...
Stand by.
Roger.
He's calling. Ecom.
Columbia, Houston, you're about one by. Just barely make you out.
Ecom, he's very, very weak. Suggestions?
We're low on it.
Okay, give me 1 minute, Flight. We're trying to make sure what he's got on board, what's in commanding.
Cap, I might copy that CSI was on time. Essentially nominal, no plane change. And then
Yeah, that's what I got to.
something else that I didn't copy. I thought he said something about the SCS, but I didn't copy that. RCS. Say again. Yes. We should have Eagle now too, Capcom. Although we don't have any data yet.
That's a firm we should have in flight, but they're not reporting anything.
AOS Slam flight.
Okay.
Flight Ecom,
Go.
recommend Omni Delta.
Captain.
Houston, this is Eagle, over.
Oh, okay, there's Eagle.
Hey, Eagle, Houston.
I'm low bit
clear,
flight.
Columbia was very weak. We were unable to reach him.
Roger. We saw you come up over the horizon, and it looks like you had a laser operating. Could you confirm that?
FAO.
Eagle Houston, stand by. We'll check it.
Burn, go. Burn report.
And Eagle Houston, can you give us a burn report?
Roger, stand by.
We're on the stairwell flight.
Good. RCS propellant. Control. 68, 65. Control flight 68, 65. Look all right.
Affirmative.
Okay, the CSI burn was on schedule time of 125193470. 51.5 feet per second was our solution. After chasing residuals a little bit, we ended up with minus 0.2, plus 0.7, and minus 0.1. And in the ags at that time, we had plus 0.4, plus 0.9, and plus 0.3.
Vital copies.
Eagle Houston, we copy. Any plane change over?
No.
There was no plane change on CSI, and CSM had a 2.3 foot per second burn. We had a 2.9, and we elected to postpone that. Over.
Okay.
Roger, we copy. Eagle, thank you.
Flight Telcom.
Go.
They must have switched over to the secondary CO2 cartridge during the LOS period. Like to, if we could, find out why and to get a mark as to when they did do it.
Okay. It's not so much, you don't really need a mark, do you? To know they did it.
Well, the only thing I'd like to do, Flight, is keep track of the lifetime on this cartridge. They must be having problems with
High
it.
gain angles for Columbia. Over.
High gain for Columbia.
Roger, Eagle and Columbia.
Stand by one plane.
We'll have it for you shortly.
Capcom's. Ask Eagle to verify that they switched canisters. Yeah, lithium hydroxide canisters.
Eagle Houston, could you verify you switched lithium hydroxide canisters over?
That's affirmative. We started getting an erratic indication on primary, so we switched to secondary, and it was again erratic, and I thought it might have been a sensor, but it's settled down now, and we're on the secondary. Over.
Roger, we copy. Mighty fine.
Flight Econ Omni Delta. Best antenna.
Okay, Omni Delta boat. Can we get the high gain?
And we're in the shadow zone. Flight.
Okay.
No go on high gain.
And Eagle, request Omni Delta for Columbia.
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
To crew's convenience, I'd sure like to take a look at that primary CO2 canister.
Okay, but we can wait until after the rendezvous, can't we?
I'd like not to if we can get a longer hack at it.
Columbia's been on Delta, but he hasn't had much luck with him.
Flight Econ, I copy. Let me get my network.
Eagle, Houston, Roger, we copy.
Flight procedures.
Go ahead.
Top clocks counting down to CDH, bottom to TPI.
Okay, thank you.
Remember, we had problems on this on Apollo 10 flight.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I can see it all coming now.
Raj.
Telcom.
Raj.
Telcom, they got to go back to the ECS area to switch them around, don't they?
It's right behind Buzz. It's no problem. He can just reach around there and switch it. All he's got to do is turn around, Flight.
Well, what do you think? You want to go back?
I'd like to go back to the primary. We've noticed this thing spiking up and then it'll drop back off, and that may be what he's seen, and I'd just like to see if it's dropped back off.
Capcom flight.
Roger.
At his convenience, we would like to ask him to go back to primary on the canister, and we'll monitor it for a while. Anytime he wants to do it, just let us know and we'll watch it.
Roger. And still no answer for Columbia.
Say again?
No high gain or anything for Columbia.
Apparently not. ECOM?
Say again, flight.
Any high gain angles yet?
We're not there yet, flight.
Okay. What will they be when you get there? Why don't you give them those?
Stand by one.
Eagle, Houston, at your convenience,
Capcom?
we'd like to go ahead and try your lithium hydroxide on the primary and let us take a look at it down here. Capcom, go.
Nothing around.
Flight Econ?
Go ahead.
We ought to have a voice with Columbia now. Apparently it was a site problem in Madrid.
Flight network.
Go.
Yeah, we had a cool param problem.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, over.
He's still way down, ECOM. ECOM?
Yeah, I copy that, flight.
Do I have some angles yet?
Eagle, Columbia's been reading you loud and clear on
You'll have to attitude maneuver,
his
flight, I think.
but he hasn't had any luck in
Say again?
You'll have to maneuver.
I don't want him to maneuver. What's the next
Roger,
attitude he comes into in the timeline? Just
Eagle,
going to get it.
Okay, let me take a look.
line, we don't hear Columbia, though.
Okay.
Network and ECOM.
But I get some angles.
Give him the Capcom, please.
I'll do it right now.
When will they be usable?
When he gets to CDH attitude, flight.
Okay.
I think he's pitching there now, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. ECOM flight.
Go, flight.
There's still something wrong, because we should have comm on Omnis. But give them the angles.
Yeah, I copy your flight.
Flight FAO.
Go ahead.
That laser.
400 hours, Mike, minus 1.8.
That laser. Nobody on the laser experiment had a laser on. We don't know where the laser came from.
Okay, log it. Okay.
Okay.
Flight Econ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he goes to react now on board, the high gain ought to grab the signal. Let's try it.
Capcom at Columbia's convenience, go to react and we should acquire an high gain.
Columbia, Houston, at your convenience, you can go to REAC, and we should acquire you on the high gain. Eagle, Houston, at your convenience. Columbia, Houston, at your convenience, you can go to REAC. On the high gain, we should get you.
Flight network.
Go ahead.
Can we try Columbia again?
Okay. Capcom, maybe you'll have him this time.
Columbia, Houston, over.
He answered Capcom, but it's pretty scratchy.
Columbia, Houston, you can go ahead and go to REAC on the high gain. We should get you then.
Do you have some angles for him, Houston?
Roger, pitch, minus 30, and yaw, 180 for Columbia.
Okay, and what was your CDH solution, Mike?
Control, how's it looking for you?
We're looking good, flight.
RCS still good?
Army's on 64.
Roger, copy, thanks.
Flight guidance, we copied those on the disk.
What did you copy?
The numbers he was reading to Eagle for comparison.
Okay, what is the size of the maneuver I didn't copy?
It's about...
Stand by.
The CO2 line, partial pressure is reading about 1.5 millimeters.
Flight Telcom?
Eagle in Columbia, Houston, Roger, we copy.
We copy. We think it's a sensor problem. I don't think there's anything wrong with the canister.
What's it reading, 1.5?
We're reading 8.1 and it's climbing right now, flight. It's been kind of bouncing all over from 1.8 to 8.5.
Okay, shot Thomas with sensor problem.
What do you want to do there, Telcom? Leave it on primary?
Leave it on primary, flight. It's a sensor problem.
You sure?
It's a Roger.
Capcom, we're sure that's sensor. You can leave it on primary.
Eagle, Houston, we're sure that's a sensor problem. You can leave it on primary.
How long has that been on Telcom? Online?
Say again, flight?
How long has this canister been online?
Since, I believe it's around 114, flight. 113.
Roger, we pull the circuit breaker.
Roger, Eagle.
About 13 hours, and that's approximately 60% of its spec lifetime.
Flight Econ?
Go ahead.
Let's try Columbia
Stand
again.
by.
water separator apparently isn't working too well. We're getting a lot of water through the suit loop, and we've changed water separators, but doesn't seem to have improved the situation any.
Flight Telcom, we're showing very good water separator speed.
Okay. Just getting a lot of water in the suit.
Roger, we copy.
Okay, we'll see what we can look into here.
Okay.
Flight Fighter.
Yeah.
CDH looks great.
Okay.
Flight Econ.
Go ahead, Econ.
Let's try Columbia again.
Okay. Econ.
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
That's probably the reason for our CO2 indications here. Is the extra water in,
Anybody back up on the burn, just let me know how it's going.
water in the suit loop. I'd like to find out whether or not he's got the LCG on.
Okay.
Okay, you want to know what our down 81 is?
Ready to copy.
Telcom, if there's water in the loop, can you be channeling the canister and we shouldn't go back to secondary?
Minus
Will
1.8.
affect the secondary the same way, Flight.
1.8.
Yeah, except we haven't been flowing through it for,
We haven't had water in the suit loop very long either, Flight.
It's pretty close agreement, and for burn time, I still have 126.17, 46.
Roger.
are they supposed to still be in the LCGs?
Flight Countdown, so I get more feeling that our CDH or your CDH looks good for us.
Fido, how you're agreeing with the airborne solutions? Fido,
Flight Fighter, go ahead.
you agreeing with the airborne solutions?
That's affirm with the limb.
Okay, and what's the magnitude?
Total LV is about 19, I think, or a little more.
CDH, yeah.
Affirmative.
Capcom, we're agreeing with the CDH.
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
Along with that question on the
you've been,
LCG,
for warm feeling,
as to whether or not he's
we
using
are
it,
agreeing with your
I'd like to check
CDH.
the accumulator level. Make sure that we can still see the dipstick. We may have a leak in that area.
A leak where?
In the LCG loop itself.
What can we do about that?
Nothing except know the origin and where the problem lies.
Okay, but Don, if there's trouble shouldn't it be done? It seems to me it ought to be oriented to making the situation better rather than just finding out where we stand and nothing we can do about it. Is there anything we can do to improve the situation? Any troubleshooting along those
Not
lines?
unless we know what the problem is, Flight. He's got good water separator speed. He ought to be expelling the water.
But he's not.
Nothing I can do to help him.
Okay. If there's something we can get into that's going to improve it, okay. But they got to burn in a minute and a half, for example.
Flight Captain.
Go ahead.
I think there's any chance that may be an LCG kind of problem.
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
But if there is, what can you do about that?
Nothing.
Get him off the LCG is about the only thing you can do. Not put any more water in the loop. We just threw out a great big slug of water out of the suit loop.
What did you just do?
We just threw a lot of water out of the suit loop. Water separator just went off scale high again.
Okay, you want to ask if the LCGs are on after this burn? And if they're on, what?
I'd like to find out what the level in the accumulator is, whether or not you can still see the dipstick.
And then what?
Those two, and then we'll go from there, Flight. Yeah, if you can't see the accumulator level, we should disconnect from the LCG, Flight.
Okay.
We're ready to burn.
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay.
Capcom fight.
Capcom, go.
When they finish this burn, we want to see if they can see any water in the level accumulator.
Translating flight plus
Okay,
X.
I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Pardon?
I understand what you mean.
Okay.
Translating flight.
Okay. Copy, control. Fido, they all look to be 1/10.
That's a firm flight. Looks like a good firm.
Yeah.
Looks good flight.
Burn complete?
Burn complete.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds like that.
Eagle Houston, when you get a chance, are your LCGs hooked up? And if so, what does the LCG accumulator show?
Eagle Columbia, passing over the landing site. It sure is great to look down there and not see you.
Okay.
He mustn't have copied your question there, Capcom.
Flight Econ,
Go ahead.
have we run a radio check with Columbia? Let them know we can talk to them.
Yeah, okay. So I will talk to him as soon as we can.
Roger.
Eagle Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, did you copy on the LCG there and reading on the water accumulator?
Yeah, that's... Roger, I did. I'm getting out of pressure.
Flight control.
Go.
Everything looks real good after the burn.
Okay.
RCS plots on channel 64 were 1% below predicted.
Okay, thank you.
Flight network.
Go.
Yeah, this comm problem was at Madrid. We're not sure what it was, but it was at Madrid with Columbia.
Okay.
Flight Econ copies.
Houston, the water accumulator is right on the line between the red and the green, over.
Okay.
Eagle Houston, Roger, we copy.
Copy that, Telcom?
Yeah, copy, fine.
So it's not leaking, huh?
That's negative. It's not leaking. Let me do a little more thinking about that one.
Okay.
Flight Powder.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm showing TPI right now 3 minutes late, 127. Got a
Stand by just a minute.
Roger.
Telcom Flight.
Go ahead, Fly.
You can confirm though that both, the separators have had good speed, both of them.
Well, he said he switched flight. I never saw any degradation in the water separator he was
so the
on
speed
originally.
looks good to you.
Oh, we're running 3,300 right now, and every so often we go off scale high, and this is what we've seen all mission.
Okay. We don't have any more to say about the water except to assure him that the separator is spinning properly.
Water separators look real good.
Okay. Capcom on the water problem, we don't have any more on it except to advise him that the separator is working properly. It's good speed. Okay.
Eagle Houston.
Fido TPI.
Houston Eagle. Roger on the water problem there.
TPI about 3 minutes late. Delta H 15.2.
The fact that it looks like
VX 23. PZ minus 12.
Copy.
Now that's initial flight. We'll have 3 more solutions coming out shortly.
It's not going to be too much trouble.
Okay.
Roger, fine.
Just is in 122 for some reason.
Flight at time?
Yeah.
High gain, narrow beam width. High bit rate.
Okay. Okay, control guidance, you following the marks and solutions for TPI now?
We have 3 marks in the LGC and 2 in the CSM VHF marks. Just standing by.
Yeah.
Flight control.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the radar data looks real good.
Okay. Capcom and Telcom, I didn't for sure copy the last report. Did he say the water problem was only in one suit?
Capcom
Said in flight.
That's right. It's one suit.
He said it was in one. He didn't say which one. Did you copy that, Telcom?
I copied that you said only one suit.
Mm-hmm. They apparently are having the water problem in only one suit. And from the first report, I would assume that it was Neil's. Okay?
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, our comm problem was traced to a ground station here.
Okay, glad to hear it.
Roger, you're mighty fine now.
Guidance, are you satisfied with what's going on there?
Okay, Fido's going to look at solutions now. I'm satisfied everything's going real smooth right now.
Okay, control your configuration and status.
We're go flight. Configuration is good.
Okay, Telcom, you okay there, Don?
Roger, fine.
Any other thoughts? Near as I would guess is getting some water in the suit. Perhaps perhaps it's leaking some. Just not enough to show up.
Right. We may have channeled both CO2 cartridges if during that LOS period he did go egress. Would dump the water into the secondary CO2 cartridge and channel it also. We saw him go from egress to cabin right after insertion, and I assume he hasn't been back to egress since then. He's in cabin mode now.
Okay. Therefore? He pulled a circuit breaker. Was he talking about the, what circuit breaker was he talking about? You know, that CO2 sensor isn't on a circuit breaker, is it?
Yes, it is fine.
So he pulled that. So right now, we don't have the CO2 indicator. Possible that we have some water channeling in both canisters now. Is that right?
It's possible.
Okay. Therefore, should we do anything or just sit tight?
Sit tight, Clyde.
Okay. Surgeon flight.
Go flight.
How long will it take for, what's the CO2 buildup rate in the cockpit?
Oh,
With no scrubbing.
I'd have to try to work that one for you. I don't know how fast that builds up in that volume there. Stand by.
How's it looking, guidance?
Looks for a good flight.
Control, you happy?
We're happy, fine.
Okay. GNC, how's the CSM? RCS okay?
Very good, fine.
Econ?
I concur. Same thing.
Looks good.
Flight photo.
Go ahead.
Got a machine out of sync. Can I have him for 10 seconds? Channel to channel.
Control, guidance, telecom.
Guides go.
Control here. RTCC for 10 minutes at 10 seconds. I don't need to resync them. Okay?
Roger.
Okay, Fada. Telecom okay? Did I see his thumb? Yeah, okay. Guidance, how do you like what you're seeing there?
Real good. Two machines are getting the same PPI times within 30 seconds.
What solution are they getting? GT?
For TIG,
Yeah.
they're coming up with 127.0203 for the limb, and the CSM's about 30 seconds later than that.
How close is that to your pad?
To the original pad was 126.57. That's like Fido said, about 3 minutes late. It's about 5 now.
Okay.
Which is really great.
Yep. Okay. You know, are you seeing any solutions? That is to say, are you seeing any out-of-plane components yet?
Nothing to worry about.
Okay.
Flight photo.
Go.
I got 0.6 feet per second on the limbs. Vectors after 5 marks.
H rate is 30.
Say again, Fido, you got
0.6 feet per second out of plane.
Oh, out of plane.
I have a TPI jig when you guys want to compare them. Stand by.
ahead, Mike. What do you got?
127, 02, 3450.
You're about 32 seconds later than we are.
Okay, fine.
Okay, that take time agreement is great.
FAO, me guide smoker die.
Get an angle whenever you're ready.
Fido, what kind of Del H are we getting now? Best you can tell, about 15?
15.2, somewhere in there.
Less than a mile.
Oh, yes, a lot less than a mile.
Okay.
I haven't seen one bigger than 15.2. The smallest one's 15.0.
Okay. Econ flight.
Flight Econ.
Did you give me the paperwork that covered the changes for the Directo 2?
That's firm flight. You put it in your log, I think.
I did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Satisfied what?
Marking will do.
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think right now, until we get any further inputs on this thing, my position is that the canisters are okay. I recommend wholeheartedly we stay in the cabin mode. In other words, we do not close up the suit loop. I think possibly what has happened to us here is that during the G field, sitting on the lunar surface for that period of time, we've collected some water. We do have a water storage tank. It's
You want to get another?
low point in the ARS loop, and it's a possibility it has overflowed and thrown some water into the suit loop.
Data update.
Which would get it into the canisters.
Yeah, but we're all right on the canister, I think, Flight.
Do you expect them to put their helmets on for
Early touch.
docking?
Yes, we do. That's all right. I think what's happened is that this water has gone into the suit loop. The only thing that bothers me on this whole rationale is the fact that supposedly on the one crew report we have, it's only in one suit.
Yes.
And that's puzzling.
Okay. Are they on the cabin now?
That's affirmative.
Do you
They have
expect them to go on the suits?
They're in cabin mode. They're in the suits. They're in the cabin mode. In other words, the suit loops are open to the cabin.
Do you expect them to go on the suits alone for docking?
No.
Okay.
In.
Flight Fighter.
Go ahead.
127.03 for a take time. VX is going to be about 22.8. VY about 1.5. VZ about 11.5. Minus 11.5.
Beta 40.
LH 14.8.
Okay.
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
We have a request to ask the crew whether or not they ever went to egress mode while they were on the secondary CO2 canister.
Okay. What'll that tell you?
whether or not the water was dumped into the secondary CO2 cartridge.
Buzz, I'd like to confirm that your TPI TIG is 127.0202, over.
We haven't settled on a final one yet. The last one was, stand by.
Flight Telcom, well, we've got it back. We're having data dropouts.
Roger, understand. Just as soon as you know when TPI TIG's going to be, I appreciate a call.
Okay.
Last I got was 32 seconds earlier than mine, which would make it 127.0202.
Telcom flight.
Go ahead.
Confirm again that they're in the cabin mode.
That's affirmative. They are in the cabin mode.
And there's no plan
I think
to
probably so.
change that.
How late can you take a revision?
Or do you
That
think
is correct, Flight. I think we ought to advise the crew, however, that they should stay in that mode, just in case.
Do they
we
stay in?
expected them to fly in egress mode all the way up to docking.
I should have it in the next couple of minutes.
And they've changed to cabin mode right after insertion with no problem at that time. I'd just like to make sure that they are well aware that we'd like for them to stay in cabin mode.
Okay, all the way.
All the way.
Even for the docking.
That's firm.
Okay.
Flight, Capcom here.
Go ahead.
They may want to go ahead and put the suits on for docking.
I assume they've still got their suits on now.
The commander definitely had to take his off to do the P-52.
You mean his helmet?
That's right.
He can put his helmet on.
Oh, I see. What you're
Put
saying.
his helmet and glove on.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's no problem. Put his helmet and gloves on.
But stay
The Reagan cabin.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, that's what we want to recommend. That's what we expect them to do. Anything, we just want to caution them to stay that way, right?
Right. And like I say, we've had a request to find out about the secondary CO2 canister.
Okay, but that seems to me to be of only academic interest. But I'm still thinking about it.
Capcom, I concur on that academic interest.
Say again?
I concur on the academic interest.
Okay, Capcom. The only thing we have for them then is to be sure that they remain in the cabin mode while they're in the suits.
Okay, you want to give them a reason about maybe some water channeling? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Because of that possibility. We don't even know if it's happening. Probably isn't. Because of that possibility, though, we want them to remain in the cabin mode.
Flight surgeon.
Go ahead.
Okay, you got the times.
Okay, latest estimate 127.
Suit and cabin now.
03.
Stand by,
39.
sir.
Thank you kindly.
There you go, Houston.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger. In the event of the possibility we may have had some water channeling in those hydroxide canisters. We recommend you stay in the cabin mode from now on. Over. Roger.
Flight FAO.
Flight Fido, do you call?
No. Telecom from flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
I'm being asked if cabin mode means to the pilots that they have helmets and gloves on and are recircling from the cabin. And there's no room for doubt that that's what that means.
I think the Capcoms would be able to answer that question much better than I. That's what it means to me. They can have helmets and gloves on. Fred?
When you say cabin mode, that means to me you got the regs in cabin, the diverter valve cabin, and the other two to auto there.
That's a Roger. What about helmets and gloves? On or off? Optional, right?
That cabin mode doesn't involve helmet and gloves.
Okay. That's what it means to me also, Flight. If you want to clarify that further by saying, yes, they can put helmets and gloves on at their option, that's fine also.
Okay, and the other thing is we don't have any real concern over the CO2.
That's affirmative, Flight.
Okay. Capcom, one further thing on that subject, and to hopefully clarify it for the pilots, is that as long as they stay in the cabin mode, helmets and gloves at their option, and we don't have any real concern over that CO2. Okay?
Okay, I'll go on up and just clarify that we can stay in the cabin mode. Stay in the cabin mode. Helmets and gloves would be their option, and we have no concern on the CO2.
Right.
Eagle, Houston. Go ahead. Roger, I better clarify the cabin mode a little bit there. What I mean is you go ahead and stay in the cabin mode. Helmets and gloves on are your option. And we really have no concern with the CO2. Over. Roger, understand.
Control, how you doing?
Doing okay, Flight.
Good check. Guidance?
Looks good, final company LGC.
Okay.
Flight FAO.
Go ahead.
Our ground computation on their backup chart gives 0 up, down, and 225.2 along the line of sight.
How much?
25.2 along the line of sight.
Okay.
Mike, you already loaded that time? We got our final one here.
Comes a final TIG.
I've already loaded it. I don't think it'll make much difference.
It's only 9 seconds difference.
Mark 6.
Ecom play.
Flight Ecom, go ahead.
Okay, we better let the Command module arm the logic anytime they can in the next few minutes, and we can give them a go for pyro before LOS, right?
Roger, flight, we're ready.
Capcom flight.
Capcom, go.
For Columbia, arm the logic anytime they want to here, about 10 minutes to LOS, and then we'll be able to give them a go for pyro arm when they want.
Okay.
Roger, give us a mark when they're doing it, flight.
As best
Columbia,
you
Houston.
can.
Flight control.
Columbia, go ahead.
Roger, Mike. You can go ahead and arm your logic anytime you want to, and we'll give you a go so that you can hit your pyro
Flight
arm
control.
at your convenience.
Go ahead.
Okay, we did a PIPA bias check, and our plus and our
Good idea,
ex-PIPA has a
Standing by to watch
shift in
logic.
it
Affirmative. Give us a
0.11
mark.
That's
centimeters
Roger,
per
flight.
second squared, which is just on the threshold of our update criteria, but we're in good shape. We're not going to update it.
No update.
Roger, we're going to leave it the way it is.
How much was it?
0.117 centimeters per second squared change.
Flight Econ?
Go.
Check with Gatto, and he concurs.
Go, Econ.
He's not going by the checklist on that logic arm.
What do you want, Econ?
He needs the arm breakers closed, sex arm breakers closed,
Okay.
2 of them.
Capcom, sex arm breakers.
Columbia, Houston. We need the sex arm circuit breakers closed.
Flight photo.
Go ahead.
LEMS TPI looks great.
Okay, going in. Sex arm bat A and bat B.
Flight Econ, we're go.
Okay, Capcom. Logic looks good. He can arm pyros at his convenience.
Columbia, Houston. Logic looks good. You can arm your pyros at your convenience.
Thank you. Eagle Columbia starting a maneuver to CPIS.
Okay.
Flight, all solutions look good.
It's firm, flight.
Okay.
I'm happy.
Capcom, no response needed for Eagle, but all solutions look good to us.
Okay. Eagle and Columbia, Houston. All your solutions look good to us. Out.
Mike, if you want our target Delta V, I'll give it to you.
Ready, copy.
127, 03, 3082. 20 plus 22.7 plus 1.7 minus 10.6. Over.
Copy that, 5.
Not all of it, flight.
22.7, 17, and minus 10.6.
That's great. Absolutely great. In fact, I was looking at those when I told you the solution looked great before.
Okay. Telcom flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Don, why don't you write that question down about the egress in the secondary canister, and at some more leisurely time we'll ask them about it. Okay? Doesn't seem like there's anything we can do about it one way or another now
I'm showing
anyway.
a good bit out of plane velocity.
Okay, flight. You think we might get a couple questions into the crew after the burn?
Right, I have no indication of it.
Did you say after the burn?
Roger.
Perhaps after the rendezvous. Or is that what you mean?
No, I was hoping between the burn and LOS.
No.
I'd get them to close that CO2 partial pressure breaker.
Don, I'm kind of reluctant to do that because they pulled them because it was apparently bugging them with the alarm going off, and we just called them and told them that we don't have any concern about CO2.
That's right, flight. However, we've seen the water separators drop off and stay at a low level, indicating that we are expelling water. If there has been a lot of water thrown out of the suit loop, there's a very good indication that the CO2 partial pressure would give us a very realistic reading of the CO2 level.
You know, this captain's not going to do anything about it right now. Anyway.
Coming up on 1 minute to tick, Neil. How's it looking?
Pretty good.
Good.
That data plane was in the ag, not in the radar.
Roger that.
burning.
Attaboy.
East burning now, flight.
Yeah.
Okay, you start translating.
Aft Omni flight.
Burn complete.
Low bit rate.
Okay.
Burn complete.
Roger, thank you.
Eagle Houston, aft Omni,
Aft
low
Omni
bit
and
rate,
low bit
and we'll see you at 127 plus 51.
Flight control.
LOS.
Burn look good because everything's good LOS. Flight econ, LOS CSM.
Okay. Done.
Flight control. Can you stand by a minute? I just want to take a couple. flight control.
Go ahead.
I'll take a couple.
Yes. Guidance, everything look all right to you after the TPI?
Roger, flying.
Residuals were way down. Telcom, you got anything else? Telcom? Don, you got anything else?
That's negative flight. Everything else looked real good.
Okay, and you're going to pursue what questions we can, or what process we can go through here until we get them docked?
That's firm flight.
Okay. GNC, anything? Ecom, anything?
No, we look real good going out of sight flight. Mike had put the batteries on the mains for a possible mirror, and they were on going up over the hill.
Okay.
I'm sure he'll get them off, though.
So? But catch that first thing, will you please?
Mm-hmm. And we'll do a...
Fido, you have
playback.
anything? Fido, you have anything for the room? Yeah, do you have any comment? Okay.
Flight Capcom, take 5.
All positions, we have slightly over 10 minutes to acquisition. So get your backroom area standing by. The crew will be very close to docking the CSM. EMU flight, all you folks standing by.
Roger, flight.
Econ,
Flight Econ.
Jim Kelly standing by.
That's firm flight.
Okay.
That's what
Okay, all positions. I assume that you are briefing the
Roger, Goldstone.
white team members that are coming on after you here now, because they're going to assume it on this pass.
Stand by one. Madrid, Houston, contact. Madrid. Roger, read you loud and clear. How many? Read you loud and clear. Roger, stand by for King and modulation check. This is Houston, contact testing. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Test out. Houston, contact Madrid. King 100% modulation to go. Roger.
Goldstone, Ken, 100% modulation was a go.
Roger, you're both go and meet me net 2 for further instructions. Right.
Flight GNC.
Go.
Okay, the flight plan doesn't call out when we set up the limb S-band for the jettison stuff. So rather than try and figure that out, I would like to make two corrections to the CMP's portion of the flight plan as far as DAP loads go, so we get min deadbands in. Probably one of them will be right at AOS. We might as well just stay there. He changes it later on.
What does the checklist say about his DAP load?
The solo checklist the CMP is using up right into docking shows the same thing as the flight plan.
Flight control.
Go ahead.
The thing that's confusing here in the limb post-docking checklist, when we configure the S-band, it says to verify the CSM is in there, deadband attitude hold. And I take it in talking to GNC, their checklist does not reflect that.
Okay, what is the configuration you want?
R1 61102.
Wait a minute, say again,
61102.
At what time do you want this?
Sometime along the front side here, this rev.
No. After they have docked?
Raj.
Okay.
The 6 is the post-docking number.
Okay. Capcom, did you copy that?
Capcom, roger.
After they've docked, the DAP configuration CSM wants to be.
Flight also, due to quad unbalance right now, I'd like to stay with using BD roll, which means R2 should be 0, then 4 ones, which is how he has it presently. That's how I configured it this morning.
Okay. You want to keep the present configuration?
Raj.
On quads, which is, which two are we using?
No, it'll be all quads on. I want to change BD roll.
Excuse me, yes. You want the BD roll active?
Raj.
And that's the same as we have now?
That's what we have now. The flight plan calls out AC roll.
Okay. Capcom, after they get docked and when you have time to give them that configuration at them, let Mike know.
That is in the checklist. We just got through checking, and it is in their checklist.
What?
The proper DAP load that
okay.
they want. It's on F1110, step 5.
Big as life. Thank you, FAO.
Okay, R2 is different.
Yeah. R2 wants to be BD rather than AC. And what are the numbers that give us that for quad balance?
0 and 4 ones.
Okay. Capcom, that's the only one for quad balance. 0 and 4 ones for BD roll.
Okay.
All positions, GNC, can you give me a green light? All positions, about 1.5 minutes to acquisition. So quiet in the room and let's see how the docking goes.
Flight Capcom. The other thing I'll push in there is on the O2, crank it up till it's off the peg, and then close the valve about 5 degrees to get their 0.6 pound an hour.
Okay. When they get to that, then.
Right.
Okay, stand by for acquisition, everybody.
AOS Lab.
Flight Telcom, we have LIM data.
Okay.
Okay, you got me.
Eagle and Columbia, Houston, standing by.
Roger, we're station keeping.
Roger.
Flight Network.
Go.
We're still trying to get the CSM. We have LEM on the 210.
Okay. ECOM, you don't have any data at all yet, huh?
Negative flight. We've asked the site to
When I select
try to
flight.
reacquire.
Okay.
Okay, Mike. I'll try to get position here, then you got it. How did the roll attitude look? I'll stop. Matter of fact, I can stop right here if you like that.
Flight Network.
Go ahead.
We're two-way on the LEM. Still haven't got the CSM.
Okay.
Flight Econ.
Go.
Yeah, I think we went out of sight into the react mode on the high gain. Is maybe some of that slow response on the high gain in this mode that we've seen before. We think we've seen before.
Okay.
We're still trying to acquire flight.
Okay.
Flight control.
Go ahead.
His roll gimbal angle like he's in gimbal lock now.
Who's the lamp?
William, yeah. We're on low bit right now. We have no data for that. He's in AX control right now.
Capcom Flight.
Capcom, go.
Just mention the inner gimbal, middle gimbal to the lamp, the Eagle.
Eagle Houston, middle gimbal, and you might pass to Columbia. We don't have him yet.
That's right.
He's going back now, Flight.
Okay.
Flight Telcom.
Go.
You probably don't want to bother now, but they could get high bit rate.
Right. The first time. We'll let him get the out-here check.
Roger.
Flight control.
Go.
Lucky Cage platform.
Okay.
I'm not going to do a thing, Mike. I'm just letting her hold an attitude hold.
We got data, Flight?
AOS CSM Flight.
Okay. Copy. ACOM okay?
Let me take a look, Flight.
GNC?
We're go, Flight.
Guidance, how you look on both birds?
Don't have any LGC data.
How's the CMC look?
I'm looking at it right now. Looks good, Flight.
Okay.
Flight Econ?
Go.
We look alright.
Okay.
Low bit right, yeah.
Flight network, CP is down.
Okay. Both of them? Network?
We just switched, Flight.
Okay. GNC, you seen any translation there?
Raj, Flight. He's Z and Y.
Okay. Let me know when you see a plus X.
Okay.
LOS CSM Flight.
Okay.
Flight Capcom.
Go.
You great?
Can I get a new limb weight
from somebody up here. Just have her standing by.
Sure, Retro, you have a new limb weight? You think he wants it?
He will shortly, but not now. Just like to have it.
Retro flight.
Go flight.
Would you get a new weight for limb weight for Capcom, please?
Roger, flight. 5785.
5785. Okay.
Flighty com.
Go ahead.
We've lost the high gain. I've got some angles for him. For Capcom.
Well, yeah, okay, give them the angles. Capcom, I don't, just hang on to them for the moment.
Manual wide beam with Capcom.
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
Okay, we cannot get high bit rate now.
Okay.
Flight network.
Go.
We're still two-way on the limb.
Okay.
Flighty com.
Go ahead.
Looks like the high gain has reacquired automatically.
Just say again, I can't hear you, sir.
Looks like the high gain antenna has reacquired automatically.
Okay.
Looks like we're in a bad region.
Looks like you're in a what?
In a bad region.
Okay.
we're on yours.
Okay. Okay, I have thrusters B3 and C4 safety.
Okay.
GNC, how you looking?
Okay, we stable flight is all I can say.
I'm pumping
Okay.
up cabin pressure.
He did reported disabled B3 and C4, which indicates they are docked.
Say again.
He reported B3 and C4 disabled, which indicates they're docked.
Okay. Pumping up the cabin. Ecom, do you see that?
Flighty com, I copied that.
Do you see it? Do you have data?
Yeah, I've got data flight.
What are you at?
Cabin's coming up, 50. Surge tank dropping. All right.
Okay.
FAO needs pattern on the back.
I didn't feel it touch, and I thought things were pretty steady. I went to retract there, and then that's when all hell broke loose.
Ecom, the pyro's still on.
Did it appear to you to be that you were jerking around quite a bit during the retract cycle?
It seemed to happen at the time I put the vortex thrust to it. Apparently it wasn't finished, but somehow or other that's when we got off at attitude, and then we reached the whole system started firing.
What are
I
these?
was sure busy there for a couple of seconds.
The telecom flight, did you hear him talk about banning something in the lane?
Say again, flight. I did not copy.
You're right, I got a horrible squeal.
Yeah, I agree with that, but we hear you okay.
Ecom, what's the cabin?
5-3 flight.
The pyro's armed?
Run low bit rate flight, I can't tell.
Houston, Apollo 11, over.
Apollo 11, Houston, go.
Roger, I'm supposed to adjust the oxygen flow in this thing to 0.6 of a pound per hour, but being
Affirmative. You want to go ahead and adjust your O2 flow until it just goes off the peg. And then crank the direct O2 valve back down about 5 degrees. Over.
Flight Ecom on low bit rate, I can't help with the flow.
Well, you're really waiting for that one, weren't you? Okay, right.
You might give them.
Capcom flight.
Capcom, go.
There's a warning note that, or at least an advisory note that the limb relief valves may open during transfer.
Okay, I can get that. That's not going to happen right off the bat.
Say again?
It won't happen right off the bat because you're going to drop the command module down.
Mm-hmm.
And this is during the transfer, not on the spare time.
Telcom, you called? Telcom, you called? Negative, I did not. Okay.
Flight Ecom.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Yes, and I did that, and I believe we are flowing oxygen, but the gauge is just staying full-scale low.
Roger, that's fine. That's what we
Search
expect.
tank show you're flowing, Ecom. Ecom. Ecom.
I'm looking for a trend out flight. It's stand by. I don't think we're going to be able to see that low flow like that.
And I'm going to go ahead with a tunneling check.
As long as he's got that thing on peg, he's all right.
Columbia, Houston, I have a new limb wait for you whenever you're ready to copy.
Flight GNC.
Go.
Okay, if he inserts a new limb weight, we would also advise him to configure the DAP for the ascent stage on, please. Everything else is all right.
Not right now, Ron. Remind me of it later, would you please?
Roger with standby.
Flight Ecom.
Go ahead.
I confirm the logic buses are safe.
I can't hardly hear you, Si. Are
I
you
must have
talking?
something in my...
Go ahead. You confirm the buses are
logic
safe.
buses are safe. That's about all.
Capcom flight, I think GNC wants, when you read up the limb weight, to remind them to condition the DAB for the ascent stage on. What's the terminology for that? What are the bit numbers for that?
He needs a 6 and the first bit of R1.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's part of his checklist on that.
Yeah.
When he does change it down.
Ecom flight.
Houston, Apollo 11. I let
Stand by, flight.
47 run longer than I should. I may have deteriorated our stage vector slightly.
That's okay, we'll get it.
Flight called Ecom.
Roger,
Yes.
Apollo 11. That's okay. We'll get it later.
Won't the tunnel gauge let him know when he's got it pressurized?
Yeah, the tunnel, the Delta P. Command module for the tunnel.
Why don't you swap headsets with somebody's side?
Flight Ecom, how do you read me?
You're still down, but okay.
Roger. Your limb weight, 5785. For an R1, we'd like to have 61102. R2, 01111. Use BD roll. Over.
Roger, I'm configured now and family for BD roll, and I have thruster C4 and B3 turned off, and I copy register 1611102, 01111, and limb weight 5785. Thank you.
Now, Roger, Columbia.
Econ flight. Econ flight.
Flight, GNC.
Go ahead.
Zap is configured.
Okay. Control looking all right?
Roger.
We look,
Telcom?
we're looking good, flight.
Guidance, how are you?
Looks good, flight.
Columbia has completed the leak check. I'm proceeding with melting the head jump valve.
Roger, Columbia. I understand you're doing the leak check. Missed anything after that?
Econ copies.
Which valve is the open?
Pressure equalization valve, flight.
Proceeding with opening the head jump valve.
Eagle or Columbia, Roger.
GNC and Econ?
Flight Econ.
Go ahead.
Do you have your consumable status for the end of the shift?
We'll get working on it, Flight.
Flight Telcom, looks like they are pressurizing the LEM cabin up a bit.
Flight Ecom, cabin pressure coming down. 5-1.
Okay. It's flowing in from the command module.
That's firm.
Econ flight.
Flight Ecom.
I want you to keep track of the flow here between these ships and keep me advised as to how we're doing on it. Okay?
Roger.
Go ahead.
My engine is removed. You can open yours and I'll start passing stuff up to you.
Okay.
Okay. Telcom, watch your cabin pressure, please.
Roger at 522.
Well, stand by one first.
Okay.
Ecom, how's it look to you? Cabin and tunnel. It's all open now, right?
Flight Econ?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said wait a minute before he's going to remove that the forward hatch. I suppose he's done it by now.
Telcom, how are you looking?
Oh, we're looking good, flight.
Ecom, can you tell where he is in here now? On F1111?
Negative, flight.
It's right around removing the hatch, right?
Yeah. We should have seen him. He probably had the cabins fairly equalized. I don't think I would have seen that much more of a change. My answer is no, flight. I don't know where he is right now.
It's right around the middle of the page there. Yeah.
Thank you, Taylor.
Yeah, everything's going fine. Be with you in a sec.
Flight control.
Go.
Say, well, we got a few minutes here. Since we dumped the platform and the pings, and we lost our reference on that, for the jettison test, what we'd like to have, if possible, would to have the pings and the ags at the same alignment when we jettison. And so we can look at the angle differences as we watch the pings deteriorate without cooling. And what that would require would an ags to pings align in the ags, 400 plus 3.
Okay. When do you want that?
Say again?
When do you want that?
At their convenience.
Capcom flight.
Capcom go.
For Eagle, at their convenience, we would like an ags to pings align to have the two reference systems the same.
Roger.
Any time prior to jettison.
Eagle, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston. Eagle here.
Roger. Anytime prior to jettison there, we'd like an ags to pings align, 400 plus 30,000. Over.
Okay. Any particular attitude you'd like to think in when you do that?
You can wait till they get the jettison attitude if they'd like.
Say again?
You can wait till they get to the jettison attitude if they'd like.
I missed it.
What I'm getting at is if you give it some course-aligned gimbal angles to move the pings to, and then we'll align the ags to the pings, over.
Okay, control?
That's fine.
Fine.
Roger. Eagle, we concur. Stand by on the gimbal angles. And also, Eagle,
Any special gimbal angles? We don't really care, do we?
Negative
on there. There's a possibility that your cabin.
Yeah, there are some gimbal angles that CSM is going to maneuver too far jettison.
Around cabin pressure of about 5.4 or 5.5.
Flight control.
Go.
I got some gimbal angles here if you'd like to have them.
For what?
For the limb platform, if you wanted to torque to.
But it doesn't matter,
It doesn't matter, no.
No, okay. It doesn't matter about the gimbal angles, Capcom.
Okay, the ones he's got, right?
Pardon? It doesn't matter what the reference systems are aligned to on board.
Capcom signal. 5 Capcom, did you call again?
Yes. It doesn't matter what the reference systems are aligned to on board, just so they're aligned together.
Roger. Eagle, Houston.
Roger, go ahead.
They can ungauge
all
now,
we're trying to do is get
They
pings
can
and ags
ungauge
aligned
now.
together. Doesn't make any difference on the gimbal angles.
Open you go.
Okay, we're pretty close to 000. Is that all right?
Eagle, that's beautiful.
Okay with you, Control?
That's fine, Flight.
What did he say he was going to do?
You might want to take into account what will happen when the CSM maneuvers to jettison attitude.
We copy.
Eagle, Houston, we don't care what all we're trying to do is get a drift radar, see how long it takes them to drift apart on the thing after you jettison.
Okay, will we be jettisoning in about this attitude?
GNC flight. Are we in?
That's okay, I'll align the ags to the thing
Are we anywhere near jettison attitude?
Flight guy that says jettison attitude is pitch.
Wait a minute. Are we anywhere near it now?
Negative.
Okay. Do you think going to it we would go through gimbal lock with the IMU starting at zeros now?
Negative, it's only a pitch at 25 degrees.
It's only... Oh, okay. It's only a pitch?
Right.
Okay.
Flight account.
Yep.
Get some high gain antenna react angles for LEM jettison attitude.
Very well. I thought you were going to give me a consumable update. In work. Much.
Houston, Columbia, you want me to roll over and get high gain or anything like that?
Flight FAO.
Columbia, Houston,
So?
I can give
We'd like
you,
to have him go ahead like the flight plan has and go to
angle for the
jettison
high
attitude.
gain on the LEM jettison attitude, and you can go there whenever you want to.
See that?
The angles are
We aim to please, Smith.
minus 50 and yaw 0.
Capcom FAO, Malu.
Flight guidance.
Go ahead.
Columbia,
Are we going to
Houston,
go ahead with
roll 0,
plan
pitch 025, and yaw
Again,
0.
guidance.
Over.
Are we going to go ahead with the SEP at the nominal time?
Yeah. As far as we know.
Affirmative.
Getting a high gain, Econ?
Capcom guidance, smoker down.
Houston, Eagle. Over. Eagle, Houston, go.
Let me right.
Flight GNC.
Roger, it doesn't appear as though the Red Hose is going to be much of a competitor to the leading
Go.
vacuum leader.
He was maneuvering me, lost data.
Got it now.
We
There's
got
a little noise there, Buzz, there again.
Do you have it now? Econ,
Flight Econ, we got data. It's kind of in and out. Flight control.
Go control.
One thing, when they get to the jettison attitude here, and prior to turning the mode control switches and everything back on, since we were already in AGS, in order to zero our AGS errors, he's going to have to hit the ACA out of D10 to zero the errors in AGS before he enables the system again.
Okay, you want me to tell him that now? Better before we forget
I
that.
affirm, right?
Well,
Just a
shouldn't we
reminder.
wait until we get the jettison attitude?
Yes, sir. Just a reminder to zero his AGS errors before he enables the RCS again.
Okay. Why don't we say that to him? Capcom flight?
Capcom, go.
A reminder to zero his AGS errors before he turns it over to the AGS hold. Okay.
That's after he's at jettison attitude.
After he's at jettison attitude and before he turns it over, he's got to zero his AGS errors by just hitting the stick out, right?
Affirm.
Okay.
Flight control.
Eagle, Houston.
Flight control.
Go ahead.
Would you believe we're maneuvering towards Kimberlock again?
Flight, we're almost at attitude.
Roger,
We
just a
stop now, we'll be in
reminder
good shape.
to be sure and zero.
Is somebody else calling flight besides control?
Before you enable.
Flight GNC, we're at attitude.
there. After you get the burn attitude.
How are you now? Control.
Verifying flight.
Roger, mean step attitude.
Flight telecom.
That's right. He's calling it SEP attitude, same as jet attitude. Go ahead.
Okay, the
Jetta.
steerable pitch and yaw angles are pitch 165, yaw 68
Pitch 165, yaw 68.
for the steerable rod.
Okay, both of them plus.
That's affirmative.
Houston, how do you read Columbia on high gain now?
Flight Econ, we got the high
Hey,
gain everything.
Columbia, Houston, mighty fine, loud and clear.
Same here, Ron. Thanks.
And Eagle, Houston, your steerable antenna angles for jettison attitude are. Over.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, pitch 165, yaw 68. Over.
Flight account.
Yeah. June C, are you in jet attitude now?
That's Friday
Roger,
flight.
pitch 165, yaw 68.
Eagle Houston, correct.
Capcom flight.
Capcom, go.
We want 2 degrees more flow in that Directo 2.
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
Okay, it looks like they have got the antenna position. We want to leave the track mode switch in slew, and they can go to high bit rate.
Okay. Just a little bit more, right? Tweak. It's been estimated to be 2
Columbia,
degrees.
Houston.
Columbia, go ahead.
Roger, Mike. You want to tweak the O2 flow up just a bit there.
Okay, coming up.
Okay, Cam, you want to watch that?
I got a flight watching.
Houston, do you have any preferences as to what you want us to do with the probe? Over.
Columbia, Houston, stand by one.
With the probe? Stone it in the limb, I think.
Okay, Eagle says they've got a place for it inside there, so no problem.
Oh, we don't care where we store it, do we?
Returning.
FAO Retro Marlou.
We went through the same argument indeed. For some reason or other, your pyros know if you don't go at final set, you'll be able to get under.
Flight FAO.
Go ahead.
I imagine he's already knows this, but he ought to stow it in a limb with the commander's restraint system, as per his training.
Capcom, we recommend stowing it in the limb with the commander's
Restraint system.
restraint system.
Yeah, that's
per the
standard.
usual.
Flight account.
Go ahead.
Looks like we got about 0.48 pounds per hour indicated. We ought to have him crank it down just a tad to get it closer to the peg.
Wait a minute.
The O2 flow.
Yeah. What's the matter with 0.482?
Well, that's probably over a pound an hour.
Okay.
So we wanted to keep it down as close to 0.6 pounds per hour as we could.
Eagle, Houston.
Okay, Con, but couldn't we chase that all night? I mean, is that about as well as we can expect to set it without any flow indication?
Eagle, go ahead.
Roger,
I would
Neil,
say so, Flight. The thing is
looks
pretty
like
sloppy
the
down
turbo's
there
good. You
at
can
that
put
end.
your track mode to slew and high bit rate, please.
What did
Over.
you say, Con?
I'm agreeing with you, Flight. I think the Directo 2 valve is pretty sloppy down at that end there.
What are you
They
saying?
probably have to mess around a long time to get it to the peg. So.
What are you saying? Leave it alone?
Yeah, the only thing is there might be some concern about popping the limb pressure relief valve.
Okay, stand by just one, please.
Telcom Flight, would you watch that cabin pressure of yours and see if it goes up at all? We just increased the flow. Okay?
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
You calling?
Yes. Would you watch your cabin pressure? We've just increased the flow. And,
Oh, Roger. We're at 5-3.
Flight control.
Go ahead.
Okay, we look okay on the high bit rate. We still have our AGS errors.
Okay, but we told them to zero them, right, Capcom?
Capcom, we did. He came back with a question, and I'm not sure what the question was, but he got the idea.
If he goes to mode control to attitude hold now, well, he's going to start firing jets.
Okay. Capcom, just a reminder to, all you have to do is hit the ACA out of the D10, right? Control. Just a reminder to hit it out of D10 to zero it, in case the AGS gets in control. Is the AGS in wide deadband?
That's Roger, flight.
Okay. Better hit it out though.
Eagle, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, Neil. Just a reminder again, ACA out of D10 to zero the AGS error there, just in case you go to attitude hold shortly.
Okay.
There you go, control.
Flight Telcom, cabin still around 526. Hadn't changed very much.
Okay. Ecom, you satisfied you're getting flow now?
That's affirmative, flight. It's going up to...
FAO, you want to... Capcom, did you copy what FAO wants to probe?
I assume it's on the land in the same place it was been.
Yeah, in the standard place.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're
That's
asking.
affirmative, flight. We want it in a standard pre-mission plan, please.
Yeah.
Flight from control.
Yeah.
Can you stand by, control?
Okay, Roger.
I don't understand the intent of his question, but that's all our answer is, and let's see where that leads.
Well, that's what Mike came back and he says, forget it. Lem guys know where it goes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Flight control.
Go ahead.
Okay, on this zeroing AGS, there is about the bullet on that. Since we are in off on the mode control switches, out of D10 will not zero the errors. The simplest thing to do is just momentarily select pings and back to AGS. That'll do it. He's got the pings mode control off as well.
One more time.
Roger, just pings, select, and back to AGS.
On what switch?
Guidance control.
You want it to go to pings, then AGS, and then you're okay.
Yes, sir, flight.
Okay. Capcom?
Okay.
That last bit of AGS zeroing was not correct. We should have told them to go to pings and then back to AGS.
Don't you think they'll pick this up in the Lem Jettison checklist type stuff?
Negative. The Jettison checklist calls them to go select AGS at the tail end, and we're already in AGS. That's how we got ourselves into this situation.
Yeah, the problem is that we're now working from a new alignment.
Right. We're out of step with our checklist.
Yes, yes. Will any jets fire when we go to pings?
Negative. You got the mode control switch off.
Will they fire when we come back?
Negative.
Okay.
Okay, it's Capcom. Which switch now?
Guidance control to pings.
Guidance control switch.
Okay.
And then back to AGS. Sorry, flight.
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
Okay, when they if they have an opportunity here, when they went to track mode to slew, the antenna fell off a little bit. I wonder if they could try to peak it up again using their onboard meter.
Will it do any good right now? I mean, we're gonna lose him.
Oh, we can do it probably next rev.
Because that's gonna go on and on here for.
Roger, understand.
Flight Control.
Go ahead.
We need to get up to them before LOS here.
Okay, the reason was that the mode control switches were off.
Yeah,
That's firm.
the stick didn't do it. Pings and ags, no jets will fire, and it'll be zero.
We couldn't tell the position that switch will got a high bit rate.
Okay, now.
Okay.
Okay.
Eagle, Houston.
Houston Eagle, go ahead.
Roger, that ACA out of detent didn't quite do it because the mode control switches were off. Request guidance control to pings and then back to ags. That'll zero the ags to that area. Over.
Say again, please.
Roger, request guidance control switch to pings and then back to ags. Over.
Okay, we still have both mode control switches off. Over.
That's good.
That's
okay.
good.
That's good.
And I thought I'd just take about 5 seconds here and see if I could get 000 gone. Since we're fairly close to Gimbalot right now.
Okay, Control.
That's fine.
Okay.
Eagle, Houston, that's fine.
Flight Econ.
Go ahead.
It does appear that Direct O2 didn't really raise the flow much above a pound an hour. Actual.
So we're at about a pound an hour?
Yeah, no more than a pound an hour, we think.
And that's just about where you want to be, isn't it?
About 6/10 is what we wanted, Flight.
Okay.
But it's good enough.
But with what we got to deal with here.
Yeah, my original comment stands. I think that's the best they could do, as you were trying to get me to say.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
Okay, it looks like we used 40 pounds less propellant than we had predicted for the rendezvous phase.
Very good.
Flight Control.
Go.
Just gauge the platforms that are nags to pings alignment.
Okay.
Still have not gone to pings yet.
Still what?
Still have not selected pings yet.
Okay.
Flight Control.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're squared away now. We got our ags there zeroed. We did an IMU cage and aligned the ags to the pings.
Okay. Okay, gentlemen, we're coming up on LOS here in 5 minutes. Take a look at it all before it goes over.
Columbia and Eagle Houston, about 5 minutes to LOS. Your limjet time will be 131 plus 52. And I have the rest of the maneuver pad if you want it now, or I can give it to you on the next time around.
Fido flight.
Flight Fido.
Just for the record, what's our orbit now?
Right now he's showing a 62.
Stand by.
Sure, Mike, that's fine. We'll get it to you then.
Go ahead, Fido.
62.6 by 56.4.
Okay.
Flight econ.
I thought it was going to be more like 60, Fido. Go ahead, Econ.
I just want to let you know we look real good for LOS.
Okay. GNC, how about you?
Very good, fine.
Telcom, how about you?
We look good at Captain 5-3.
Okay. Control? Control, coming up on LOS, how do you look?
Raj, the only thing that we see here is out of configuration is he needs the attitude hole on the AGS mode control switch.
Okay, but no hurry on that, right?
Right. Other than that, we're okay.
Okay. Keep your eye on that one, Al, but in a way that's good, isn't it? Because you can't get any thruster firings done
That's
with
right.
the limp.
That's a true flight. Okay.
But just keep it in your log getter.
Right.
Pick it up before I finish transferring.
FAO retro, my loop.
Okay, final status now for going over the hill. Guidance, how are you?
Looks good, fine.
Control?
Say again, flight.
Final status for going over the hill.
We're go.
Telcom?
We're go.
GNC?
Go.
And Ecom?
Go.
Surgeon?
We're looking good, Mike.
Okay, Capcom, all well.
Apollo 11, Houston, about a minute and a half to LOS. You're looking great. It's been a mighty fine day.
Oh, you're not good.
Flight Telcom LOS.
Okay.
Oops. Oops, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, it's going out. Okay, all vehicles over the hill. It's time to turn it over to Gene's team.
Flightecom, LOS.
Okay.
Flight EMU.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
Can we be released?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, Jim.
EMU from flight. How long you been on today?
Oh, noon.
I'll just stick around for about another half hour or so.
Okay.
Let's make sure we get that bear completely closed out.
Okay, doke.
Flight network.
Go network.
I'd like to recycle the CPs and get them in sync.
Have at it.
Roger.
Fido, how do you stand and restart tapes?
Should be getting one pretty soon.
Okay, they're recycling the CPs. As soon as he's through, why don't you get one too?
Okay.
Telcom from flight.
Go, flight.
Got all these questions here you want to ask the crew. Which number's about 7 of them relative to the CO2 partial pressure troubleshooting. And I guess it's draped on our shift to do something about it. What I think we ought to do is wait until we get coming back post-TEI and we get a chance for the crew to settle down before we ask them any questions on that subject. I think it is reasonable to close the CO2 sensor circuit breaker prior to the crew departing the LEM, but I don't think it's reasonable to switch back and forth from the primary and then back to the secondary canister. So do you want to run it through span and see that it cut this test down short? I think we ought to close the CO2 sensor, and the question I ask is, which one of those canisters would you prefer to be on when we leave?
Stand by one.
Okay, and if they got any arguments, you can bring them back to me.
Okay.
Okay, all flight controllers, you might look around the horn and see if there's any other problems or questions we got to close out before the crew departs to LEM. The only one I'm aware of right now is the CO2 sensor anomaly. Capcom for flight.
No.
Charlie, do you have a list of these questions I want to ask about the CO2 partial pressure transducer?
Sure don't.
Okay, what I'd like you to do would be to put it in the log for the first available time after TEI. I'd even be willing to go as far as crew wake up after the completion of that sleep period before we ask them these questions.
Yeah, I agree, fine.
Okay, there is one item that we'll probably do in closeout. I want to close the CO2 sensor circuit breaker, and I want to select
one of the CO2 canisters, and Span's going to give me a recommendation which one.
Okay.
Flight Telcom.
Go Telcom.
Okay, all these questions had been run through Span, and maybe the way to do it is if they're coming around, they're already in the primary cartridge, and about maybe 15 minutes or 20 after they come back around, just get ready to get out, just select the other one and leave it.
Okay, fine. You haven't closed the CO2 circuit breaker, though, right?
Yeah, well, we close it as soon as we come around.
Okay, close the CO2 sensor circuit breaker and select the secondary cartridge?
No, close it and then wait, and then go on about their business, and then before they get out, select the secondary.
Okay.
At AOS, close the breaker, and then when they close out, select secondary. They're already in secondary, aren't they?
No, they're in primary.
Okay,
now, Charlie.
fine, gotcha.
Okay, all flight controllers give you about 5 minutes here to go back over all your logs and notes or everything else. And if there's anything else you want or any critical questions answered prior to LEM closeout, give them to me. That'll give you about 5 minutes. Okay, ECOM and GNC from flight? Okay. What I want you to do, ECOM, you still monitoring? Okay, I want you guys to go over your list, make sure we get cryo stirred and everything, because I don't want any master alarms during the TEI burn. Okay, so I want to make sure that you've gone over the checklist and done everything possible to eliminate any master alarms there. So get the checklist, make sure if you need cryo stirring, let's get it done and all that jazz.
Hey, Fly.
Go.
To me, that we're going to need a wastewater dump, and next draft. Wait a minute now. When is TEI? I'd like to do it. Okay, I'd like to do it right out. How about right after LEM jettison before?
Flight FAO.
Okay, what I want to do is that
Flight
is
RTC.
pretty important.
Go RTC.
Would you give us flight control mode, please?
You have it.
Let's get the flight plan out. Let me show you what I'm doing.
GNC from flight.
GNC.
Buck, were we in jettison attitude at LOS here?
That's correct, flight.
Okay, we were in jettison attitude.
Yes.
Okay, control from flight.
Go ahead, fine.
With the exception of final closeout now, are you happy that we're in jettison attitude, that our platform and the AGS is initialized properly for the jettison?
That's affirmative.
Okay.
And flight, I have one item on the closeout, ask the quick crew
Go.
list. RCS readout A and B.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. Capcom from flight. Charlie, one more item we'd like to add to the closeout. I'm trying to pick up all the lists now. I think from a standpoint of our gauging, it'd be good if we got a onboard RCS A and B readout.
All right, from Eagle.
That's affirmative. I think, John, I got ECOM looking at it. I think we ought to stir the cryos prior to TEI to make sure we don't get any master alarms. John, how do you feel
don't we
on
do
that?
a purge also? We got a purge in a pipeline.
We got a purge scheduled. Also, the stirring of cryos in the P40 thrusting procedure hour prior. So we can remind him of that.
Say again, John?
That's part of the normal procedure in the P40 thrusting is miles an hour stir the cryos. But we can remind him.
Okay, I was looking for that in the checklist, John, and I didn't see it.
Flight procedures.
GoPro.
They have released the Gulfstone 210 dish for the remainder of the mission. They're back supporting Pioneer.
Okay. How's Pioneer doing? Anybody know? Okay, all flight controllers, go amber, and when you completed your handover, go back green. Anybody who hasn't handed over, great. Okay, looks like we got about Telcom and Ecom to go.
Flight control.
Go control.
Be back in about 2.
Okay.
Flight Telcom.
Go Telcom.
Okay, regarding your question on if there's anything to be cleaned up here, the checklist looks pretty good to me, and we may have one thing since we get around and take another look at the CSM gimbal angles. We may have a slight update on the steerable antenna.
Okay. Capcom from flight.
Go flight.
One other item for your log there in case might be of interest to you. We got a single O2 and H2 tank capability all the way back now to average 73 amp load.
Copy. Is that 75 amp?
73. GNC from flight.
FAO retro, Boca Dive.
GNC and Ecom from flight.
Go flight.
GNC. Would you have SPAN send me out a list of any anomalies, whether they're closed out or not, that may influence our capability to perform TEI? What I want to do is go back over all the problems we had from a CSM standpoint that have to do particularly with the propulsion or reaction control systems. Roger, flight. GNC from Flight.
GNC.
Where do we stand in relation to our secondary RCS tanks?
In relation to the secondaries?
Yeah.
Let me find something where it has them written down here, Flight.
Okay, fine.
I would guess, Flight, that we'll never get to them.
Okay.
Flighticom.
Here we come.
Talking to Capcom, it'd be better to dump at 132.30 on the wastewater and dump to about 10%. That'll get us past mid-course 5 at 150 something hours.
Okay. 132.30 and dump to 10%, you said?
That's firm. And that'll be a dump after LOS.
Okay.
And we scheduled the cryo stir around 134 hours.
Okay.
FAO retro my loop.
Flighticom.
Here we come.
Misread my flight plan. That dump should be at 133.05 after LOS.
3305. Roger. John, give me the time for cryostir again. When you gave me that time, I wrote over the cryostir time, the dump time.
Approximately 134.
134. Thank you.
Flight GNC.
Go GNC.
Okay, with respect to the secondary propellant tanks, the lowest quad is alpha, and we're above the 3 sigma switchover point by 38 pounds. That's the switchover point to having all the worst case errors.
Roger.
And the best quad is delta with a plus 60.
FAO retro.
procedures from flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
Do you want to set one of the RTAs counting down to 131.52 for Lemjet?
131.52, Roger.
Affirmative.
Flight procedures.
GoPro.
Just let everybody know we're going to start driving some events with this playback data.
Roger. FAO from flight.
Go flight.
The crew uses P47 for the monitoring of separation. It's interesting. Comparing the nominal time on the flight plan, 131.53. Have you given them any flight plan update on the jettison time?
No, negative.
Yeah, we read it up to him. 130. Yeah, 132.50.
Oops, wait a minute.
131.50, excuse me. Or 131.52.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you give them this pad there, Charlie?
We didn't. They didn't want the pad. We're going to get it next rev. We're in attitude, and we gave him the jettison time. And whether he wants anything more or not, we'll have to talk about it next pass.
Raj. So
He may not even want the pad.
Okay.
I kind of doubt it.
That's right. We've talked about that. I just wanted to find out what time we were working with.
They know what we're working with, Mike.
Okay. Guidance from flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
Just checking over the flight plan here. Did you give the CSM a state vector last rev?
Negative.
Had that been deleted?
Stand by one. Let me check here.
In my flight plan, I have a CSM state vector update at around 129 hours.
Roger.
Wait a minute.
We haven't uplinked that.
Okay. When do you intend to do it?
We can do it any time. Let me get with Fido and see if he's got a good one,
Okay.
and I'll generate and let you know when we're
Roger.
ready to go.
Ecom from flight. Have you completed handover yet?
About 5 more minutes, Flight.
Okay.
Flight procedures.
No problem.
11 jets up in the upper clock.
Roger.
terminated, and then they slowly have to come together and engage the mechanism, the docking mechanism. So from the conversation we had, I think we just had a reasonable docking process. We don't have any basis for suspecting otherwise.
Front row over here.
Dr. Berry, this is the first time we've seen you here before this gathering since the EVA. How do you feel about the performance of the astronauts on the surface and the readings you were getting back on their physical condition?
Well, I think for the readings that
Goldstone contact using contact net 1.
Goldstone contact net 1.
AFD flight, you want to take it for a minute?
Arch flight.
OA contact net 1.
Roger, stand by for a keying and voice check. Houston contact testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Test out. Goldstone contact, 100% team. Roger, Goldstone. Away contact, 100% team. Roger, away. Here we go. Goldstone away. Goldstone contact using contact. Read me on that too.
TCOM from flight. Fido from flight.
Calling Telcom.
Fido from flight.
Flight, Fido.
Hey, Jay, how close were we to 60 circular at CDH, just out of curiosity?
When I came on, we were running about... Let me check that for a minute.
Okay.
I'll get back with you. Flight, Fido.
Go, Fido.
Checking hard copies. It looks like about 57 by 62.
What happened?
That's only one of many, many questions.
Very interesting.
Yeah. A couple of minutes, I'll show you something else that's even more interesting.
Okay, all flight controllers, we're about 5 minutes, in fact, less than that, about 3 minutes from acquisition. Let's settle down. I don't think we'll have any problem with all the visitors today. So, let's run a good pass.
Flight guidance.
Guidance, did you call?
Raj.
Okay.
We have the state vector at the site ready to go.
Raj. Capcom from flight.
No flight.
Raj, Charlie, going back over the last pass, one of the things we owed them and didn't get them was CSM state vector, so we got it ready to go first thing this pass.
Okay.
Okay, the only other items we got at their convenience are CSA and B readout. After acquisition close, a CO2 partial pressure circuit breaker. And we may have a steerable antenna update. The other two items, water dump and cryo stir, can hold on until later in the pass.
Okay.
Flight guidance.
Go, guidance.
Have we decided how we're going to do this jettison, whether we're supposed to uplink him that,
We've given them the time at 1:31:52:00, and based on the fact that he hasn't asked for a pad, we assume he's going to do it in P47.
okay.
You got the pad all ready to go in case he asks, but P47.
Right, and we also have a target load, P30 target load at the site.
Raj.
Which was our original agreement.
What?
To uplink our
AOS.
target load.
No, I understand it was, and then it backed off again.
Yeah, that's what Charlie Duke says.
Flight Telcom, we have limited data high bit rate.
Okay, all flight controllers, stand by. Let's run a good pass here just prior to the time we kick
Roger.
this bear loose.
Capcom, Telcom, open 2.
Hello, Eagle. Houston, do you read over? Houston, this is Columbia. Read you loud and clear. We're all three back inside. The hatch is installed. We're running a pressure integrity check. Everything's going well. Roger, Eagle. Correction, Roger, Columbia. We copy.
Telcom from flight.
Go, flight.
Bad luck on that CO2 partial pressure circuit breaker.
Raj, understand where goes is.
Raj.
All right, well, just, we wanted you to close the CO2 sensor breaker and give us an RCS onboard readout out of Eagle, but that's all. Columbia, Houston, we got a state vector for you. If you give us two and accept, over.
Telcom, don't you have a reading in your CO2 partial pressure, or is that just static when your circuit breaker's open?
Normally it's off scale low, and it is reading something. I guess maybe.
Okay, looks like he closed it in.
Flight surgeon.
Raj.
Okay, so we got part of what we wanted.
Raj.
Roger. And we're going through and accept. Roger, thank you.
Charlie, we looked at. That's in their closeout checklist, and they closed it out.
Flight, I missed the quantity. Did he say 45 in B?
Yeah, and I believe 60 in A.
Roger.
Flight guidance.
Go ahead.
We've got two and accept. We're starting up.
Raj.
Flight Telcom.
Go Telcom.
Secondary loop is on. It looks good.
Okay. Hey, since I closed out early, we're going to have a lot more time on this LEM spacecraft on the secondary loop, so our GNN may go down during the period of time we're still docked. And I don't necessarily like that.
Flight
I'm
control.
just wondering if maybe we shouldn't undock first, even though we
Flight
do our
control.
AGS go control.
The being on pings, being on AGS completely saves us in that situation. There's nothing pings can do that'll bother us.
Yeah.
AGS is supposed to work on the secondary loop, and it being in control, there should be no perturbations whatever.
Yeah, the thing that bugs me, though, Bob, how long do you expect this thing to last? About an hour or so?
The guesstimate's running from 1.5 to...
Okay, let me ask you another question between you and Telcom. What are the functions you got that are on circuit breakers that are drawing current right now? Off that, that are being cooled by the primary loop, or were being cooled?
Houston, your friendly white
that could affect control.
Till we
Yeah.
get you on the way home.
Look, the thing I'm worried about is when that thing goes belly up due to lack of cooling, I don't know what's going to happen to that electrical system. I don't know what's going to happen to the components, and I don't think we ought to be docked at that time. So why don't you massage that for about 5 minutes?
Okay.
And Fido from Flight, will you get me an undocking time for this rev, please?
Say again, Flight.
Get me an jettison time for this rev.
Raj.
Flight control.
Go control.
Could we get a readout from the crew of when they turn off the primary loop?
Raj.
Roger, Columbia, we copy. That's good. And we'd like a readout on a GET of about the time you that Eagle selected the secondary loop. Over.
Guidance from Flight.
Guidance uplinks complete.
Raj. Okay, and you want them to verb 66 it, right?
Raj.
Uplink complete. Computers his and verb 66 at Capcom.
Hello, Columbia, Houston. We got the load in. You can do the verb 66 and the computer's yours. Over.
Roger.
Capcom from Flight. Thing that makes me sort of unwarm about this, I'm not too happy about being docked with the cotton picking LEM when that primary loop goes out and we got components starting to go offline.
Sounds like they're ready to go, Flight. Let's let her go. Suits me. Sounds pretty good.
Let me get Fido to work me up.
Flight, Fido.
Go, Fido.
Okay, if you give us, how does 130.30 sound?
130.30.
We'll get a complete pad up.
Okay, go.
Going now. Flight again.
Roger, copy, Columbia. Thank you very much.
Control copy.
Raj. Bob, I want a final recommendation from you in 10 minutes.
Roger.
Flight Econ.
Go, Econ.
I believe Columbia forgot to close the Direct O2 valve. We can close that now.
Okay.
Nobody in the room has any requirement for voice downlink from Eagle, does it? I don't know who's going to talk to us.
Flight Retro.
Go, Retro.
We're not going to entertain any early TEIs, are we?
Negative.
Okay.
I think I'll go to the crew with our what we're thinking about, Flight.
Yeah. Give them the rough time about 1:30. See if that's convenient. I just don't like being hung on that thing, Charlie, this way.
Columbia, Houston, it looks like you guys are so speedy on us that we're thinking about moving up jettison time to about a GET of 130 plus 30, if that's okay with y'all. Over.
That's fine. I've still got to get a P30 pad from you.
Right.
Thanks, be good, Charlie.
Mike, we can, for your druthers, we can do it either way. We can either let you do it in the Jettison in P47, or we can send you a P30 target load up, and then you let you call P41, whichever you want to do, over.
Yeah, I see Ron was going to give me a P37 and flight plan says P47. Other two, I prefer to go to P30, P41 route.
Okay.
Right, beautiful. We got the load. If you give us two and accept, we'll send you a load.
Charlie?
Stand by.
That's going to have to go since our change in jettison time, Charlie.
Got to get new gimbal angles.
Okay, we're generating the load right now.
Okay, we'll generate the load. Charlie, in the meantime, we get them to terminate direct O2 flow.
Right.
Columbia, Houston, we'd like you to terminate direct O2 flow and stand by on your two and accept. We'll have to generate a new load due to the move up on time, over.
Go.
I don't understand why the gimbal angles change if we're inertial.
The burn isn't inertial, Charlie.
What are we trying to do?
Burn is pitched up 45.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Flight talk.
Go Telcom.
Okay, it looks like everything that we have is on the secondary loop with the exception of pings.
Okay, that's reason enough. I just as soon get off that bear.
Roger. Flight control.
Go control.
Since the buses are tied together, when pings goes down, if it were to, if the circuit breakers didn't protect it, it'd drag both buses down at the same time.
Roger.
So let's get off of it before we,
Okay, we'll get on. Fido from flight.
Flight 5.
Just going to throw any big glitch in any of your planning.
Negative.
Okay, let's do it. Separation time is 1:30:30.
Now, wait a minute. We're generating new gimbal angles. Are we going to keep the limb calm? It's a different limb attitude flight.
Sure is, and they're not hold.
Wait a minute. If we come off of it in the attitude we're on right now.
That's what I'd like to do.
Yeah, you got to.
Do that.
You can't change the attitude right now, or the limb will fight you. Okay, it's set up in holding attitude. It's in wide deadband. The CSM's in narrow deadband, and we don't want to perturbate that in any way.
Yeah, I don't want to do that either.
If you don't have any choice, you can't do anything else because the limb won't let you.
But we don't want the limb in front of us and below us when we do TEI. We're liable to run over it.
Raj, flight.
Go for Fido.
Okay, let me...
Look, it's an academic question because we can't maneuver that bear because as soon as we move out of that deadband, that limb is going to take over control.
That's a firm.
Copy. Let us look at the attitude we're in now.
Okay.
Why don't we just separate in P47?
That's, I think, what we ought to do.
Let me say separate in P47, translate around to behind it, and then just burn out in some attitude from behind it.
Does that make you warm, Fido? That sounded like the simplest thing to do.
It looks like to me, as FAO said, we're only 10 minutes past our time. If we get it within the next 5 minutes, I don't see how it could change.
You mean 2 hours early? 2 hours early would have been a good plan.
But in the same, but
okay, but
we're only an hour and 50 minutes now from where we were, so we're about 2 hours early.
Yes,
so
that's affirmative.
Okay, why don't you run it through quickly and see if you made your SEP right now in P47 without targeting. Okay, it's normal procedure, what you'd end up with.
Right.
Set an arbitrary time about 5 minutes from now. Capcom, do you want to uplink to them what we're thinking about here?
Right.
Columbia, Houston, over. Go ahead. Right, Mike. It looks like if we move up this jettison time and give you a new load, it would require a new attitude, and we can't do that due to the limb already closed out. It would fight us all the way around, and we'd lose comm with it. We're thinking about separating in P47 in about 10 minutes. We're looking at trajectories, and we'll be back with you momentarily. Over.
big thing with me either way.
Roger.
Capcom, what would it do to
Say again, twice.
see where should we pick up here in our jettison checklist? I think we ought to do this by the numbers. We're in our jettison attitude, and maybe we might want to get them started down that checklist right now. It looks like it's about checklist 11-12.
That looks like a fairly good place to start flying.
Yeah.
He's already in attitude.
Roger.
See, I didn't tell him to close the direct O2, did I?
I don't remember, Charlie. I was talking with
Pretty
Fido,
sure
I think. John, can you talk? We close the direct O2?
That's firm flight.
Okay. Fido, retro from flight. I need your recommendations pretty shortly here.
Roger,
Yeah,
flight.
working it up, flight.
Okay. Are they going to be ready to jettison it by 10?
Yes, they can be.
Okay, very good. We're shooting for 1:30:07 flight.
Whoops, that's 3 minutes from now.
Roger that.
Okay, we may have to delay it a few more minutes after that. How sensitive are you? Can you give me 10 minutes?
Yeah, I'll give you 10 minutes.
Okay. Charlie, get them started going down the checklist.
Hello, Columbia, Houston. We'd like you to start down your jettison checklist. We recommend picking up page F11-12, and we'd like to jettison at 10 minutes. That'll be 130-1445, over. Columbia, Houston, if you can't, that's not satisfactory, let us know, over.
Okay,
Flight, retro.
Go retro.
We can jettison it in the attitude it is in now, but we'd like to do another maneuver like 10 minutes later.
Okay.
So it'll go above him, and then we're going to do a little retrograde to get in front of him, okay?
Okay. Make sure you double check or triple check that maneuver, though.
Roger.
Houston, Columbia, I better go for logic bus, over.
Ecom from flight.
Roger, flight.
Do you want to give me a go for logic arm?
Yeah, I have them army logics.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, you got to go.
Flight Ecom, we'll go for our power arm anytime he wants.
Raj, Capcom, we're go for pyro arm.
Flight, retro.
Go retro.
We would like to just undock and stay with it, and we'll give him a new attitude to do his maneuver after undocking.
Okay, so what you want him to do is station keep momentarily, and then we'll give him another maneuver after undocking.
That's affirmed.
Okay, so he can undock at his convenience, Capcom.
after undocking.
The maneuver will be like 5-10 minutes after.
Alrighty.
Okay?
Do you care if he's in P-47 or not?
Yeah, you better do it in P-47.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston. You can
Is he armed as pyros, Ecom?
Negative, flight.
Okay. Now, everybody, let's not go too fast here.
To jettison Eagle and station keep in P-47 and station keep, and we'll have another attitude and a maneuver for you, so it will be okay for TEI, over.
And flight would like them to stay behind it.
Roger.
Roger that.
What are you going to give him, a slight retrograde burn here to move
Roger,
ahead of it?
flight. It'll be a
Okay.
minus X, about 2 feet per second. We'll get the attitude shortly.
Okay.
How's the DAP look for undocking, everybody?
GNC, you ready to go here for undocking?
Roger, Flight, he has it configured.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm standing by to go to P-47 as soon as you give me a go for pyro arm.
All
Okay.
right, I thought we gave you that, Mike. Your go for power arm and your go for jettison.
Okay, has P-47 Flight.
Okay.
Okay, everybody, in the hurry of getting undocked here, let's make sure that everything's looking good.
Power arm, Flight.
Okay, Ecom, you happy with all your systems here for undocking?
That's firm.
Okay, how about you, GNC?
We're happy, Flight.
Okay, Telcom, you happy?
That's affirmative, Flight.
How about you, Roger? Control. Boy, I'm tongue-tied today.
Flight, Fido.
Go, Fido.
Okay, a good pitch gimbal angle is 335 degrees.
335. Okay, well, let's have them go there. Let's give them a complete update here.
Flight GNC.
Look, let's don't rush this thing.
That's just what I'm saying. We'll give them a complete update. We told them to get off and station keep.
Okay, and we'll just have him translate behind.
Raj, just station keep in a position aft of the limb.
Flight GNC.
Go, GNC.
He has not yet enabled B3 and C4. He'll
Flight.
need those for the thrusting.
Okay.
We're going to go to 130.15 for the maneuver.
Okay. You want them to enable B3 and C4, is that correct?
That's correct.
How about waiting till after jettison?
But in the checklist, I can't tell when he's...
Okay.
Copy out.
Okay, let's everybody monitor the jettison here.
Both register 1 and register 2 are reading -4 balls 3. Register 3 is 0. The EMS remained on 100.0. Fairly loud noise, and it appears to be departing, I would guess, several feet per second.
Roger. Can you try to station keep with it, Mike?
Hey, stand by.
Just stand by now.
Fido from flight.
Will do.
Go, Flight.
It says it looks like it's departing at several feet per second now. You don't want them to start chasing this, do you?
Negative. Just stay
As long as it's going away from you.
Okay, just have them hold it there, Charlie.
Flight control.
Drift away from them.
Flight control.
Go, control.
We measured -2 feet per second as he undocked.
Raj.
Acknowledged all, Captain.
That's off the Ags.
Raj. Fido from flight.
Flight, Fido.
Did you copy control there?
Negative.
He says he measured -2 foot per second in the Ags. That separation there.
Okay, but that's radio, Flight.
Okay, let's do some more.
Yes, okay.
4 balls 4 minus 4 balls 8, and you want me to kill average speed, right?
Stand by.
Roger.
That's affirmative.
Affirmative. You can exit P-47.
How it goes? It was a good one.
Roger, Dodger. We got Eagle looking good. It's holding cabin pressure, and it picked up about 2 feet per second from that jettison.
I believe that. I can see some cracks outer coating around the thermal protective covering. I don't think it has any structure.
Roger.
Flight, it looks like we're safe for a little while here. Why don't we just let the guys get a maneuver for us if we...
Flight, Fido, we'll have one in a minute.
Raj.
I didn't like that sound of that 1:30:15 time, though, that you were giving.
That's what we're still going with. That's what we'll have for you.
Well, stand by, though. It's a function of how far we got to move to attitude. Fido?
He can't even maneuver to attitude in 3 minutes.
Okay, you want to pick a time way out in the future? Because we're going to be chasing this 5 minutes at a time all night.
Yeah, let's pick a time. I agree.
It's a pitch down of 45 degrees.
I give up. I'll just wait.
Okay, why don't we make it 1:30:20? That's about 8 minutes. It's a pretty simple maneuver. Capcom, do you concur there?
I'd like to make it about 1:30:30, Flight.
Okay, we'll make it 1:30:30. Fido, we have gone through the data priority cycle and we've agreed on a time.
Try to make your vitals happy.
Okay, let's everybody settle down and get away from this bear.
Hello, Columbia, Houston. We'll have a attitude and a little blip burn for you at about 130.30 so we can separate from Eagle, over.
That's fine.
Flight account.
Go, we come.
Coming on depending on the pitch attitude we come up with, we probably won't want to verify auto on the high gain. We'll hold off.
Flight, Fido.
Go, Fido.
Does he want a maneuver load on this? We'd rather not. We'd rather give him a pad.
Okay.
He just needs a P30, P41
Roger.
pad.
Okay, give him one.
We can generate the load, though.
Well, come on. Men get together. If you can give him the load, it's a bit easier on him. Let's do it.
Roger.
Flight, Capcom.
Go, Capcom.
He's got a rough attitude for him now. I'm going to start him maneuvering
Okay, fine.
to 230.
Roger.
Columbia, Houston, would you start a maneuver to about pitch of 230 for this little tweak burn, over?
Roger, pitch 230.
Roger, Mike, can verify track mode in auto for the high gain.
Yeah, we're in react. Is that all right?
Say again?
Give us auto flight. He said react.
We need auto.
Say again, we're in react. Auto react.
Roger, we need auto, please, sir.
There you go. Roll 0, pitch 320, yaw 0.
Right now, that's what we're looking at. Stand by. We might have you roll so we can keep the high gain. Stand by.
Roger.
He's maneuvering in a half degree a second here.
Okay. Okay, he's got B3 and C4 enabled now, GNC.
I don't think I never got
That's
him with
affirmative
that.
flight. Okay, he's got them enabled.
Columbia, Houston, over.
Guidance from flight. Guidance from flight.
Oh, right, Apollo 11. We got you going to a positive grade attitude, and we want you, this burn will be using a -X thrusters at about 2 or 3 feet per second, and we got a load for you, and we'll send it up momentarily, over.
Okay.
Flight account.
Oh, he can.
To keep high bit rate, we're probably going to have to roll to Gimel angle about 70 degrees. This pitch
Okay.
they passed him.
Okay.
Flight guidance.
So guidance.
We have the load at the site. CSM, external LTV update.
Okay. You want pool and accept, right?
Roger, P wants the load.
Okay, well, let's not waste time. We got 10 minutes. Capcom, let's have pool and accept. We'll give my...
It was 230. 230.
Flight, I got the pad.
Okay.
$230. Is that all right for the high gain too?
There you go. Roll to a ball angle about 70.
Okay, well, let's stay in this altitude and we'll go with low bit rate data.
He'll have to load P30 himself then, because we don't have the unless we get the load out right now.
The load's out right now, Charlie, if we can get pool and accept.
Apollo 11, Houston, would you give us pool and accept? We have a load for you, over.
You got it.
Roger, Mike. And our pitch attitude's a little wrong here. If you're ready to copy, I'll give you the set pad, over.
Flight guidance.
Roger, starting with now 33, 130,
Go guidance.
We're ready to plenty.
Roger, have you got pool and accept?
That's firm.
Okay, have at it.
Plus 0, 0, 0, 2, 0. Plus all zeros. Plus all zeros. Roll all zeros. Pitch 2, 3, 0. Yaw 0. Pound 44 is NA. Delta VT 0, 0, 0, 2, 0. First time 0, 0, 7. Delta VC.
Flight guidance, we've lost data.
0, 0, 2, 0.
Probably going into attitude.
We have the rest of the pad is NA.
Let me know if you get it back. Guidance.
Roger.
He's got all the data in the pad. He needs to target it, doesn't he?
Roger.
Okay. How far did you get in your load?
We just got the verb entered. We have
Capcom.
data.
Okay, proceed.
That's the verb, it is Apollo 11. And Mike, it's similar to the set burn prior to the right after docking here. And P41, you should see in register 1, 2, and then you can burn -X till you read 4 over.
Guidance, how you doing with that load?
We just uplinked it. We've lost data momentarily.
Flight again, we just come in and Delta, we're back on now.
Okay. Guidance, are you still trying to command, please?
Go ahead, Frank.
Are you still trying to command?
Negative. It's getting in.
Okay.
Flight head's in. All we need is a 33.
Okay. You gonna punch it in or he?
We're punching now.
Okay.
I'll get it.
Let me know on the computer's his, Guidance. Time's a waste.
That. Computer's his.
Okay, Capcom, the computer's his.
Houston, computer is yours. Over. Apollo 11, the way we gave it to you and the attitude we're in, it'll be just like the set burn that you had yesterday. You'll see 985 will give you +2, and then you just burn -X until you reach 4, over. Understand?
Capcom, he's taking the computer back, hadn't he?
Calling Telecom.
Raj, I'm after Capcom. You told him the computer's his, right, Charlie?
That's affirmative.
Okay.
Flight Guidance.
Go, Guidance.
He needs to get into 30 and 40 as soon as he can because his vectors are pretty old. They're going to have to integrate a long time.
I thought you just gave him a state vector
We
update.
did, but they're about 30 minutes, an hour from now.
Okay.
And then around the moon, it integrates pretty slow.
Raj, Capcom.
I copy that. Flight, it looks like the
He's
burn is
in
not too
P30
sensitive.
now.
Okay, it looks like the burn is not too sensitive anyway, so we could slip a couple of minutes.
Concur in that, Fido?
Raj, you can slip a couple minutes, Flight.
Okay.
Apollo 11, Houston. We see you in P41 now. It might take you a couple of minutes to integrate these vectors that we gave you. And if you don't make STIG, it's pretty insensitive. You can just let P41 bring you up to STIG, and when you get 0, you can burn on that, over.
Flight Guidance, he's already through P30.
Roger.
Man, he went through it in a hurry.
Okay, everybody, we got about 3 minutes and 45 seconds here to look at the spacecraft and make up our minds whether we want to continue with this burn or not. So let's check over our systems very closely. It was a pretty hurried exercise here. Let's make sure everything's right. GNC, is he in altitude now?
Affirmative, Flight.
Okay. Ecom, are you happy?
We're happy, Flight.
Hodge, Guidance, let me know when you're happy.
Roger.
Fido, you happy?
Still evaluating that, Flight.
Okay. How about you, Retro?
I'm in good shape, Flight.
Raj. Okay, let's settle down until after the burn's over, man.
Flight guidance.
Go guidance.
He's at attitude except in roll, and he's about 4 or 5 degrees off.
Okay, that's pretty healthy. Guidance, you happy now? Guidance from flight? Guidance from flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Roger. Are you happy down there now?
Roger.
Okay, how about you, Fido?
We're go, flight.
Okay. Okay, GNC, I'll be standing by for call-outs when you see the thrusters.
Flight, we're on low bit rate. We can't see.
Roger, okay. Guess we'll watch the Disky. Guidance, you got some problem there?
Copy, Apollo 11. Looks good to us, over. Okay. Flight, we copy.
Calling flight, say again.
We copied the numbers.
Okay, fine. What were they, please? I missed them.
I got the VGI news. That's what I really wanted.
Okay. Fido from flight.
Flight, Fido.
Okay. Continue to monitor your data. Now, how much tracking prior to TEI would you want and need here?
Okay, let me work on all that right now.
Okay. Start looking at it. Go ahead, Capcom.
Well, we got a water dump and some that we got to get in and things. And I don't know whether that'll screw up their tracking or not, but
Ecom and Fido, we get together and figure out where we want to dump water again.
Okay.
Okay, GNC and ECOM, check your spacecraft configuration to make sure that we're in the best, or the configuration we should be at this time in the flight plan.
Flight Ecam.
Oh, ECOM.
I think we ought to dump this rev LOS about 131.05.
131.05.
At rev LOS.
Roger.
Flight FAO.
Go FAO.
We recommend the attitude on page 98 of his flight plan. It's a pre-flight TI attitude except roll.
Okay.
What are those numbers? I don't know.
Roll 1.
1.1.
Pitch 52.6 and yaw 13.8.
Roger. And that would be a high gain angle of minus 79, yaw 10. ECOM, do you want to check that again? Make sure high gain angles are correct.
Stand by.
And Capcom, we'd like a water dump. ECOM, you want to take it down to 10% still?
That's firm flight.
Okay, 10% at 131.05.
Flight Ecam, the high gain angles are good.
Roger.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston, a couple of things for you, over. Go ahead. Okay, Mike, you can maneuver to your preliminary TEI attitude as shown on page 398 of the flight plan. And the high gain angles are good as shown in the flight plan. And we'd like you to dump the wastewater at 131.05 down to 10%, over. Okay, I understand. I'm going to go to roll 1.1, pitch 0 or 5, 2.6, and yaw 13.8. And you want to wastewater to 10% starting at 131.05. That's affirmative, right after LOS.
Flight guidance.
Go guidance.
Are we go to command to the LIM doing controls test?
Certainly. What do you want to command?
I want to right now send a verb 20, a verb 40, noun 20.
What for?
Just to clean it up, and then.
Certainly. Control from flight?
Go ahead, flight.
Why don't you work out with guidance? He wants to do a little bit of commanding here.
Roger, I've already coordinated with him. We're together.
Are you in a position? Are you in pulling data?
Roger.
How about that? Okay, have at it.
Roger that.
Okay.
Fido from flight.
Go, Flight.
When are you going to give me an estimate as to when you feel you'd have enough tracking to commit to a TEI?
I think, well, we're going to go right along the way we're planning. We'll take in this data, we'll take in the next pass of data, and based on that, we'll do our update. We had thrusting in this Rev 28, of course.
Roger.
So it's doubtful how good a Rev that'll be, but the Rev prior to TEI.
Okay, now you're talking about which TEI?
30.
30.
Okay. So what you're saying is you feel that you may be in a posture to go 30 vice 31.
Roger
Your
that.
nominal is 31, correct?
No, nominal's 30.
That's what I thought.
I thought you gave me a TEI 31 pad that I thought was the nominal.
No, 30 is
30.
nominal.
Okay.
At the end of 30, the beginning of 31. At that crossover, 30 to 31.
Sorry about that.
It's 5 more minutes before midnight tonight.
Roger.
Flight.
Go ahead.
What we owe him a preliminary pad at the beginning of the next rev, and of course it's not going to be the best, but it'll be better than, it's kind of a block they'd let him get self set up, and then we'll update it on the following rev, and then he'll do TEI on that backside pass.
Okay, let me ask you a question. I got a chunk of paper here that says TEI 30.
That's firm.
Okay, and the time 1352440.
Yeah, that was given up before PDI.
Okay, now what would be a rough time if we wanted to go on TEI 29? And would that make you unwarm?
Yes, sir, because all we'd have is this pass of data.
Okay.
To get
We'll stay with TEI 30.
Raj.
Okay.
Apollo 11, Houston, over.
Flight Cam, I think we lost him. I try Omni Alpha.
Why did you?
EVAFD.
Go ahead, AFD.
You call his flight, he's tied up right now. Could I help you?
Yeah. We're past Jettison now.
You're saying you want to go home?
I don't believe you can use our support anywhere.
Okay. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Flight Retro.
Oh, Retro.
It looks like we're going to be about 20 miles ahead and about 1 mile below the limb at TEI.
Does that make you warm?
You bet.
Okay.
Send me over. Yeah, that's clear, Charlie. What number are you looking at for DEI check preliminary? 135 hours, 23 minutes, something like that? That's affirmative. Mike, we're looking at about nominal time. We considered kicking it up a rev, but we don't think this rev track is going to be any good since we had the RCS burn, and so we need some more tracking to get you a good hour. That's what we're looking for. All right, sir.
Flight 11, just looks like it'll be pretty relaxed time here for the next couple hours. We'll have you pad, of course, next hour or so, and we'll keep you posted on the, looks like nominal time, over. And your little maneuver back there a moment ago will put you about 20 miles ahead of the limb at the TEI.
Telcom Control, how you doing down there?
Flight Telcom, we're cranking away here.
Okay, how about you, Control? Yeah, go ahead.
I missed your question, Flight.
I said, how you doing?
We're doing okay. We see a funny in the RR, and we're trying to figure out what's wrong. It's either bombed or something's funny going on in reading it through the self-test.
Right, our motor's about empty right now. We're taking it a little easy. How's it feel up there to have some company? Damn good, I'll tell you.
Control from Flight.
Go ahead, fine.
Did you uplink that self-test by Diski Command here?
Roger.
Okay. Do you see anything thermally in your systems yet? How about
Negative,
that?
they look good.
The RR is on the secondary loop, Flight.
Okay. No, I was talking about GNN.
Right, they were with you in spirit anyway, at least that many. We heard on the news today, 11, that last night after you, yesterday after you made your landing, New York Times came out with a headline, the largest headlines they've ever used in the history of the newspaper. Copy. I'm glad to hear it was in print. That's great.
Control from Flight.
Go,
What time
Brian.
do you close as, what time do you carry now as the time at which effective cooling of the primary guidance system was effectively lost?
At 1:29:56, he told us that he had closed it 15 to 20 minutes earlier.
Okay, good. So what you're saying is we got about an hour and a quarter in the system now, right?
Just a moment.
Paul 11, Houston, we got 10 minutes to LOS. See over the hill at 1:31:48, over. Okay, Charlie. Right, everything's looking real good now. Yeah, same here.
Flight control.
Go control.
It's been an hour and 13 minutes.
Roger.
Using an average of 17 minutes from the time he told us.
Okay.
Flight control.
Go control.
The earliest estimate of the PIPA fail is just at LOS.
This ref?
Roger.
Based on what?
That's based on the data book type information.
Okay, but how about your real-time update to that data?
We have varying estimates running from that lower number up to 4.5 hours.
Okay.
You can join the pool if you would like.
No, I just want to get some data. Now, I guess one thing I'd like to do, Bob, is to make sure that we get as complete a record as possible to make sure that the people back at Grumman have an opportunity to update their data books if they feel it's appropriate for the subsequent mission.
Yes, sir. I'm sending them SMECs fairly regularly.
Okay.
And they're monitoring this during the night.
Roger. Okay, all flight controllers. The command module's going around the hill in about 8 minutes. I'll come around to you for a status check in about 3 minutes.
Flight, Fido.
Roger.
Okay, if I take 2 minutes.
Sure, go ahead. Petro, is Emu still down there? I forgot to tell him to go home.
No, he has gone away.
Okay, great. Okay, I'd like to run a quick status check around the room here prior to the time we close out. GNC, you happy with your configuration going across the hill?
Yes, sir.
And all consumables. How about you, Ecom?
We're go, Flight.
Okay, guidance, you happy with the pings on board the CSM spacecraft?
Roger, Flight.
Okay. Charlie, you might give them their LOS call here pretty shortly. Tell them all systems look good, and for their information, the LEM primary guidance system, after an hour and a quarter without cooling, is running very well.
Roger.
Paul 11, Houston, coming up to about 4:30 LOS. You're looking great on all your systems. Eagle burning right along after an hour and 30 on without any cooling. The pings is still looking good. Over.
flight guidance.
Guidance.
We just did a Verb 74 on the LGC to get a e-memory dump before it went over the hill.
Go. Did you
We've
get
already
it?
done it. Yeah, we've got a
Oh, okay,
recording.
okay.
He's bringing it back soon as we have LOS.
Raj. Okay, I can see you Guidos. Well, now that you've got your own unmanned spacecraft program going, you're going to have a ball for the next couple hours.
Right.
Okay.
Flight control.
Go control.
Could we confirm that the CSM transponder is off? It's supposed to be off. I'm pretty sure it's off.
What makes you think it wouldn't be off?
Well, we're getting all kinds of changing numbers on the rendezvous radar input. The only theory is that possibly there's an interference from a transponder response from the CSM. I'm pretty
Ecom,
sure
you got anything you can take a look at and see if the CSM transponder's on? Rendezvous radar transponder?
No, TM, let me see if I can figure it out from the currents.
Okay. Charlie, why don't you just ask him? Question being this, they're seeing some funnies in the rendezvous radar, believe it or not, in the LEM.
Apollo 11, Houston, would you verify that your rendezvous radar transponder is off, over? We were seeing some, believe it or not, we were seeing some funnies on the Eagle's rendezvous radar, and that was the only theory we had. It looked like it was a good one.
GNC, or control from flight. Control from flight.
Go ahead, fly.
Don't let that one go to your head.
No, we aren't anywhere near attitude. Yeah, I guess we are. We've maneuvered around.
Flight control.
Go control.
We're going to try again. There's only 30 seconds, but we might get a readout here before LOS.
Okay.
Too late.
Flight Telcom, we lost data.
Okay.
Flight Telcom, be off loop for a while.
Go Telcom. Any flight controller that wants to take about a 5-10 minute break here, go ahead. Fido, I'd be interested in your appraisal of the tracking data of this Rev when you get back.
Roger, Flight.
Okay, and GNC from Flight?
GNC.
There's a few things, see, I wrote them down somewhere here. I'd like to just be updated in the current status. Most of them, let's put it this way, I know they're all closed out, but I'd just like to come back to speed on them, and this is RCS Quad B anomaly that occurred back at TD&E. I assume there's been no further data, no further problems in that area?
That's correct.
Okay, next one being the pitch gimbal motor. That we saw back in the evasion maneuver, where it appeared to hang up back there, at least based on the onboard indications.
It seems to work normally since that time. We've had no further indications.
Okay, I assume you and Econ, though, are continuing to look at it after every burn.
Roger.
Okay, how about the onboard PC? Now, this is something, what happened during the LOI-1 and LOI-2 burns on that?
I don't know of any crew readouts on that flight.
Okay, now we went to a pretty long update. There are a lot of evaluation on the ground. In that evaluation of what kind of a profile they'd see during the burn, I was wondering if it might be worthwhile to do the same thing for TEI.
We can. First of all, we'd have to try and get the crew to remember what they saw during LOI-1 and LOI-2. It turned out that this looks like a pretty hot engine, and the ground readout of PC came out somewhat above our expectations.
Okay, I'd like some prediction from a standpoint of just being ready in case the crew had any questions as to what are you predicting as a profile for PC for this upcoming TEI burn?
Okay, I'd ask them that we query them next time around here and on what kind of indications they had last time so we can delta from what we had before.
Roger. Okay, last item is the SPS GN2 status.
Okay, Tank B has held quite stable since LOI-2. The only fluctuation we've seen has been associated with the valve package temperature. Prior to LOS, there were reading 1980 on it, I think.
Okay. In either bank, at the leak rate, I guess you attribute the low pressure in B to a leak of some type when you got the system operating. Is that correct?
Right. Either the most probable cause is either a leak in the three-way valve or a relief valve with a small leak in it.
Okay, with the leak rates you've seen, I assume, or can you verify that you've got enough GN2 to use bank B and complete the burn? I assume you have.
That's correct, Flight. I think we have enough in that bank to sustain a burn of at least 1,000 seconds without leaking.
Okay. Got any other items that might be worthwhile reviewing here prior to the TEI?
You have the RCS status. We're in pretty good shape all the way around there. We have something like 1,700 feet per second excess SPS capability. We've been watching the platform for several days in lunar orbit now, and based on the last P-52, the gyros are all less than 2 Meru drift. Don't propose to try and update those. We're not real sure how accurate the last readings were because it was only about a 3.4 hour time between alignments. The PIPAs have been very stable ever since lunar orbit. They are fluctuating somewhat as a function of glycol temp, and it makes it very difficult to determine what the exact bias is. Since they have been stable since lunar orbit and it performed well on LOI-2, and we have no other indication of a problem, we don't propose to update those either.
Okay.
flight computer soup.
Go ahead.
We're seeing quite a few bad buffers. It looks somewhat like the problem we saw the other night.
Okay, I understand. This display is aware of this and he's checking it out.
Okay.
Flight surgeon is standing by.
flight, Computer Soup.
Go ahead.
Okay, it looks like to us down here, at least, this display problem has cleared up. We did a select over, making our previous DSC our MOC.
Okay,
And,
do we
we're
have a
still looking
DSC
into it.
here?
We have a DSC. It seems to be looking all right on the ADEG channels, but we're looking into it some more.
Okay.
Flight Computer Soup.
Go ahead.
We would like to swap our DSCs again here and let the maintenance people take a look at the machine that we suspect was giving us some problems at this time. Keep you supported with the DSC, and we'll have the MOC, and we'll have a new DSC up with a channel-to-channel restart.
Okay, well, do you think we'll get that up before AOS here?
Oh, yeah, we've got plenty of time. It'll only take us 10 seconds to do it.
Okay.
Flight Computer Soup.
Go ahead.
Okay, we have an MOC and a DSC up at this time.
Okay, do you have a handle on what your problem was down there?
We're going to have the maintenance people run some diagnostics on 75 Baker to see if they can tell us.
Okay. You got a third computer up then supporting as a DSC, is that right?
Yeah, well, we have two computers, an MOC and a DSC at this time.
Okay.
We brought up a new DSC.
Roger, okay.
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's out.
Goldstone complex, 100% T.
Rush Goldstone.
Boy complex, 100% T. Honeysuckle, 100% T.
Roger Goldstone, Hawaii. Honeysuckle, you're a go. White flight, LIM control.
Go control.
We have an alternate control coming on board. That's all right
Good
with you?
Lord, don't panic me so much.
Larry Strample's coming on.
Okay. See if I can grind him to his knees.
Flight Fido. Flight Fido.
Go ahead, Fido.
Quick checkpoint.
Certainly. we back to 2 machines in the RTCC? Computer Superflight.
Go, Flight.
Are we back to 2 machines down there?
That's affirmative.
What was your problem with the display system?
We're checking the machine that we had the problem on, 75 Baker. They're doing some maintenance programs on it. We can't really tell at this time, but it looks like it might have been something there.
Okay.
I'll let you know when we get some words.
Roger. Okay, flight controllers, we're 2 minutes from acquisition. Let's stand by. It should be relatively quiet and fast. I assume the crew's probably going to be eating or taking a short cat nap. AOS.
We got Lim.
Like, I'm got a high bit rate. Looks like he dumped the wastewater.
Raj, high bit rate, wastewater dump complete.
Everything looking good, everybody? Okay.
Capcom looks good here. Okay.
Houston, we're standing by. Everything is looking great here. Over.
Telcom control, did you acquire this time? Control from flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Raj, did you acquire this time?
Roger. Tip of temp has gone up about 5 degrees now.
Okay, what's that mean?
It means it's gradually starting to warm up now. We're still looking good, though. We have not had a pip of fail.
Okay, when do you expect to get up in the fail, and what's your prediction?
The predictions are still ranging all the way up to 4 hours.
Okay, show me the curve you're plotting that data on, will you please?
Roger. Flight control.
Go control.
Okay, we should have that plot for you on channel 64 shortly.
Okay, and what I'd like to also see would be to get your best estimate if I had to go with that system, how long you could guarantee to me it would last and still be acceptable for controlling a maneuver.
Roger.
Telcom, how you looking?
You calling Telcom?
Yeah, how you looking?
Oh, we're looking real good. Bye.
Raj, Jack. surgeon from flight.
Go ahead.
If you had to guess what they're doing, what would you say?
Eating,
Okay.
just like the surgeon.
Flight Retro.
Oh, Retro.
I got the preliminary TEI 30 pad.
Okay. Charlie, they're probably eating. Why don't you just let them go for another half hour and see if they call us? And when they do, then we'll give them a pad.
Capcom Retro. KAL Retro, Smoker Die.
Flight open, flight.
Flight, Fido.
How's your data looking, Jay? How did it look in that last pass?
Very, very sloppy.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't use any data after undocking.
Okay. Go. Ecom flight.
Go flight.
John, does our total spacecraft current appear what it should be for a present power state?
That's firm flight. We
Okay.
average about 73 amps.
Roger.
Looking at this cabinet case, if we bumped it up last round, we get a total usage of about 0.27 pounds an hour, which means the cabin's probably leaking about 0.07, 0.1. Very tight cabin.
Roger.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. You guys wanted, we got some news here we can read up over. Right, Neil. Starting off, congratulatory messages on the Apollo 11 mission have been pouring into the White House from world leaders in a steady stream all day. Among the latest are telegrams from Prime Minister Harold Wilson of Great Britain and the King of Belgium. The world's press has been dominated by news of Apollo 11. Some newsmen estimate that more than 60% of the news used in papers across the country today concern your mission. The New York Times, which we mentioned before, has had such a demand for its edition of the paper today, even though it ran 950,000 copies, that it will reprint the whole thing on Thursday as a souvenir edition. And Premier Alexei Kosygin has sent congratulations to you and President Nixon through former Vice President Humphrey, who is visiting Russia. The cosmonaut has also issued a statement of congratulations. Humphrey quoted Kosygin as saying, "I want you to tell the President and the Americans that the Soviet Union desires to work with the United States in the cause of peace." And Mrs. Robert Goddard said today that her husband would have been so happy he wouldn't have shouted or anything, he would just have flowed. He added that was his dream, sending a rocket to the moon. People around the world have had many reasons to be happy about the Apollo 11 mission. The Italian police reported
FAL Retro Mocha Die.
crime-free night of the year. And in London, a boy who had the faith to bet $5 with a bookie that a man would reach the moon before 1970 collected $24,000. Pretty good odds. You're probably interested in the comments your wife have made. Neil Jan said about yesterday's activities. The evening was unbelievably perfect. It is an honor and a privilege to share with my husband, the crew, the manned spacecraft owners, the American public, and all mankind, the magnificent experience of the beginning of lunar exploration. She was then asked if she considered the moon landing the greatest moment in her life. She said no, that was the day we were married. And Mike Vance said simply, it was fantastically marvelous. Buzz Jones said, apparently couldn't quite believe the